Okay. Testing. Test. Is it working? Okay. I'm going to call the Tuesday, April 8th, 2025 regular council meeting to order, and I'll begin with a land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta, District 11. We recognize we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis, and the city honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. And given we have a number of people who are in our audience today, in case the sirens or the emergency were to sound, we would ask you to exit through those doors, follow the staff to a muster point. If those doors were blocked, then follow us out through these doors to the muster point. And I would just ask everyone to please make sure your phones are on silent or vibrate so that we don't have a bunch of ringing going on. That'd be appreciated. All right, so with that, the first item that we have is consent agenda for item 3.1, minutes of the March 25th regular council meeting, and the capital budget amendments for City Hall security and Dow Centennial Center fitness equipment. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I make a motion that council approves the following agenda items under consent, item 3.1 and item 7.3 as presented and circulated.
All right, at this time I will ask if anybody wishes to have any of the items separated. This would be your time to ask for that. Not seeing that, I will close the motion. Please cast your vote for the consent agenda. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item that we have is delegations, and if there's anybody who would like to speak to any of the items that are not part of the public hearing, this would be your time to come to the front, state your name, state which item you would like to speak to, and you would be provided 5 minutes to speak to that item. So, okay. I'll have you take a seat. Yeah, and then turn the microphone on. There's a button in front of it. Just pull it in front of you. There you go. Just pull it down in front of you. Okay, I'll have you state your name and which item you would like to speak to. And you will have 5 minutes. I'm just setting my timer. Okay.
My name is Dale Anger, and I'm a resident of Rosecroft, and I would like to speak on behalf of Councillor Brian Cully and his motion to subclass for the condo. So I'm just like to say that I am here to support Councillor Kelly and his motion to, excuse me, to have a subclass for the condo association, and to also support the restructure of the infrastructure for our area. I feel that it is a fair and a just motion, and I am hoping that council will support us and do due diligence and move forward with our request. Thank you. Thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'll just ask if there's any questions. Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, thank you for stating that. What is the second part you were asking for?
There was second part of Councillor Kelly's was assuming responsibility for the operation maintenance of the infrastructure in our area. We talked about the roads and the underground piping and all that stuff when we were here last.
So your subdivision put it in itself, and now the city should be taking it over? They don't know what's under there, though, or?
Well, I can't comment too much on this. Mike was the one that spoke with us when he made his presentation, but from what I understand, and I went through my all the information from the condo association when I moved in there, and I don't ever remember reading anything that said that we owned the piping in the street and all this kind of stuff. So that was our whole, when a bunch of us got together and talked about this, we're wondering, like, what is our taxation going for if we have to own this and pay for the any repairs or any damages done to the infrastructure. So that's what was the second part of that.
You were aware, though, that it was built as a private street?
No, I was not. And I went through all my condo information, and I have failed to see anything that says exactly that. No.
But you can tell it's a different standard from what the rest of the city streets are. I've driven through your area, so I do know they're quite narrow streets. There's a sign, guest parking. I mean, no city streets have that.
Okay, we're only asking questions.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, that's true. But our comments and our concern is the fact that we pay taxes to the Fort Saskatchewan, City of Fort Saskatchewan, as does anybody. However, we are not aware, or I was not aware, that we own that property. I know you own your own property from the curb in, as everybody does, but to own the streets and the light standards and the infrastructure under the underground, that was news to me. Like, I didn't know that anybody. I've lived in quite a few communities, and nobody ever owned that part. That was all city owned and operated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, questions?
Yeah. So you're speaking on behalf of the owners of Rosecraft. How many owners or units are you representing in that case?
Well, I'm representing basically our street. That's probably about about 20 homes on my street.
Okay.
I can't really speak for the people on the other side of our condo area,
Okay.
but I'm sure that.
So are you looking for preferential treatment for your street within that development, or just your street?
No, I think I would probably say that I would have to represent everybody in the Rosecroft if we had a.
So following up on that, so then should we treat all condominiums in Fort Saskatchewan exactly the same? Because if we did, that would be the city inheriting a significant amount of infrastructure and taking on a responsibility would ultimately end up costing the tax base substantially. Are you aware of that?
Well, I don't know if all the other condos in the city of Fort Saskatchewan have to do the same as we do.
They do.
They do. They pay
do.
for street signage and power to their lampposts and snow removal and gravel and cleanup and all that
Absolutely.
stuff.
That's the essence of owning a condominium, is you own a property
Okay, where?
within it. So that's why I was curious if you're representing everybody and whether you felt it
Well,
should apply to
no,
all condos.
I can't say, Councillor Harris, that I do that.
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far. To
I
say
just
that.
wanted to get some background on that. So
Yeah.
thanks very much. So thanks for coming
You're
out.
welcome.
Okay. And as we do have members of the public that come up, it is clarifying questions only. We're not debating with them. Councillor Kelly, questions?
Yes, Mayor Katcher, you just addressed my concern. It's not a question. It was a concern over the style of questioning from the last two councillors, but you've addressed it, so I'll leave it be for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That appears to be all the questions for you. Thank you for coming out
Thank
today.
you for your time.
All right, if there's anybody else who wishes to come up and speak, you would have 5 minutes. And once again, I'll have you state your name and which item that you wish to speak to, and they'll set the timer.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I just want to really nail it down into a very
Your name
Michael Heck.
and the item.
Same item, Councillor Kelly's motion. There's really two ways to look at this. For council, it's whether it's treating everybody equally and having the same type of services. And for our organization, association, it's really about this. We're paying for services that we're not getting. I think to clarify the last comment relative to infrastructure, I don't have any problem, and I'm sure most of our residents don't have any problems paying for infrastructure, but we don't want to pay for all of the infrastructure plus full tax rate we have. The right essence of this is to, as the MGA allows you to, under subsection 297, is to put a subclass under condominiums, as many organizations have done in this province and across Canada, to recognize that it's different. And so I don't think we have any problem owning our infrastructure. It makes better sense for the city to own it. And I think what we're open to, and again, is that negotiation to how that would take place. But the bottom line is we're paying for services and we have infrastructure in place that should be compensated for. And that's why that subclass was put in place under the MGA, under section 297, to allow for this discrepancy. If we get that, I think all condominiums, and it should speak to all condominiums in the city, should have that, because they're getting and paying for services twice, and they're getting duplicated that way. So that's the essence of it. Whether the city owns the infrastructure long term, I think it's better for the city. We were talking in the back whether our fire hydrants have ever been flushed. Don't think they have been ever. So your fire department comes out and expects to have our, a good fire hydrant there, and it's life and safety for the people around it. Not sure it's been done. And you don't have the staff to maintain that and manage all of that quality control with the people that we have as well. The last point I would make is that we all have condo association third-party managers that we pay for. We're willing to offer them to you to allow you to evaluate the way that we have our infrastructure, where we pay for our infrastructure. And I'm sure in every case that the infrastructure we have in the ground has met the standards of the city. It's not like we put junk in the ground. That wouldn't have been allowed. Your people were out there inspecting it and improving it at the same time. So I don't think there's a difference in that infrastructure. And to Councillor Blizzard's point, when you drive down our street, with the exception of resident parking, our street looks exactly the same as any other street. It's exactly the same. Very, very, very different. You have sloped driveways. You can't tell the difference. So, but we're paying twice for that infrastructure, and it does make sense. So that's it.
Okay, I've got Councillor Macon for questions.
Thank you. I just had a quick question just on something that you said in managing your infrastructure. You said you have a third party that oversees your condo corporation. So why hasn't your hydrant being maintained? Because that is the standard that condo associations have to do, and that's what a third party management company should ensure is happening.
Yeah, I'm sure Councillor Macon, they're not experts at this either, right? Really what they are is a way to collect fees and to build a reserve fund. But unless there's somebody like the city, your fire department, or somebody from our condo association, and we're all lay people watching them flush hydrants, we don't know, right? So the liability at the end of the day, if these places burn down, would it be the condo association? Sure, it would be. What I feel for your firefighters if they show up and that hydrant is dry, or it's frozen, or it's plugged solid. That's just one example, whether it's, the infrastructure in the ground, those type of things. So I don't want to get caught up in that. I think the reality is, let's focus on section 297. There's a subclass available to condominiums. We should have it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That appears to be all the questions. So thank you very much for coming out. This item is much later in the agenda. We have a very packed agenda today. So
thank you for your time.
Thank you. If there's anybody else who wishes to come and speak, this is your opportunity to do so. Okay, not seeing anybody else, I will move along in the agenda. So the next item is a public hearing for bylaw C325 to amend land use bylaw C2320 Windsor Point 9 redistricting for second and third reading. And as I always do, the process for the public hearing is that administration will come forward. I will open the public hearing. Once they have done a presentation to council, council will have an opportunity to ask administration questions. Is everybody leaving? If they are, I'll just pause for a minute so we don't have. So after council has an opportunity to ask questions of administration, they will take their seat at the back, and I will ask anybody if they want to come and speak in favor or opposed to the bylaw at the public hearing. They would also have 5 minutes to present. Once that's finished, we've had everybody speaking in favor or opposed, then administration comes back and council asks any final questions. I close the public hearing and we go to business arising from the public hearing. I should just tape that. All right, so with that, I will open the public hearing at 2:16. Welcome, Cherie and Craig.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Shri Shinde. I'm the manager of current and long-range planning. And with me today is Craig Thomas here to present Windsor Point Outline Plan Amendment and Land Use Bylaw Amendment Bylaw C325. We'll begin with the outline of the presentation today. We'll go through the location overview, followed by proposed redistricting details and the outline plan amendment details. Then we will look at the conformance with the planning documents, communications regarding the public hearing, and then we'll take the questions. The area subject to the outline plan amendment and redistricting is in the northern portion of the Windsor Point Outline Plan. It is east of the Ball Diamond Fields, south of the Interpretive Forest, west of the West Park Drive, and it is accessed via the extension of Beverly Way and Wyatt Ridge. The development is also in the proximity of the major trail network along North Saskatchewan River and Dow Ball Diamonds. Lands to be rezoned are currently designated as UR, Urban Reserve, and PR, Parks and Recreation. In November of 2024, Investec, on behalf of Landrex Inc., applied to redistrict the next phase of Windsor Point, which is also the last stage within the Windsor Point neighborhood, from UR, Urban Reserve, to PR, Parks and Recreation, to RC, Comprehensively Planned Residential District. The application seeks to redistrict approximately 4.5 hectares of land to develop low-density housing. This redistricting will enable development of variety of housing options and encourage diversity of built form within low-density residential setting. RC district allows for single detached, semi-detached, and multi-attached housing. Along with the redistricting application, Investec has also submitted an outline plan amendment application. An outline plan's purpose is to articulate the finer grained details such as block configuration, local roads, and lane locations. On your screen are the accepted outline plan concept, which is the existing concept, and the proposed outline plan concept plan, with the amendment area highlighted in orange. The proposed outline plan maintains the low-density residential use and adds a lane through the center of the amendment area. Inclusion of the lane will allow for the development of lane-access low-density residential units, further enhancing the housing choice. The outline plan amendments are approved by council resolution. Next, I want to speak about the conformance to the city's planning documents. In the municipal development plan, the plan designates the West Park area as developing neighborhood. The objective of developing neighborhoods is that they are walkable, well connected by all modes of transportation, and incorporate a range of housing options for city's diverse population. The West Park Area Structure Plan designates this area as low-density residential. The intent of this area is to provide variety of low-density housing options for different age and income groups. Housing options could include single detached, semi-detached, and multi-attached development. The proposed outline plan amendment continues the low-density residential land use designation, and addition of the lane further enhances housing diversity in the area. The proposed outline plan and land use bylaw amendments align with the higher level plans. Therefore, administration is in support of the applications. Following the first reading, administration posted the notice of public hearing on the city's website and social media accounts. Notices were mailed to all property owners within 100 meters of the area being redistricted. 66 property owners were mailed notices. An advertisement was also published in Fort Record for 2 consecutive weeks. We received 1 inquiry, and the questions of the resident were addressed to an email. Sorry. That concludes my presentation, and we are happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So reminder to everyone, it's a public hearing, so it's clarifying questions, please, only. Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, I was looking at the pictures, and the pink area, which is the urban reserve, or was it PR to RC, that actually comes over the current pathway in that corner. Are we relocating that? We're not looking at shutting that pathway down, right? That's a very well used one.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, that's correct. We are looking at relocating it. So we are looking at that process through the subdivision process and the engineering drawings review. And so path will continue to exist, just in slightly different location.
So if this was private land, why would we have put the pathway on there to begin with?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I don't have that entire history, but that was happened, and it shouldn't have been on the private parcel.
And there's no way to talk to them about leaving it Parks and Rec, and leaving it as part of the public land?
The developer is here. They can answer questions when they come
Sure,
up.
sounds good. Okay.
I would just mention one thing through your worship to Councillor Blizzard. All the municipal reserve that was to be dedicated in this area, that was taken. So we, as per the MGA, we take 10% lands as municipal reserve. So all that is dedicated. So we don't have a tool to, or the municipal reserve tool to take that land as a park and recreational land.
I'll ask them some more questions because it looks like it makes these lots very odd shaped. And I have one more thing. This land, and I will ask them this same thing. I'm quite familiar with it because I've walked around there for years and always assumed this would be Storm Pond area because it is extremely low and all the houses around there are quite a bit higher. I would hate to see development and these basements be flooded all the time. So are we, it's coming. Are we looking at mitigating that, or are they putting in so much backfill? The whole thing worries me.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, when the area structure plan and neighborhood structure plans are done, you look at the overall grading of the area and how the drainage is going to happen. So we do have stormwater management facilities just to the west of this area. That's where the water is going to drain. Yes, there will be some engineered filling required in this area, and that is all taken care of by the engineering departments, geotechnical engineers, and those sorts of things.
You know, we're spending a fortune
Okay.
fixing up properties in Sienna area. I would hate to see this happen here.
We're not debating right now. So as I say to all of council, you try and hold me accountable to hold you accountable. Please hold yourselves accountable. Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, and thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Councillor Blizzard ended with where I wanted to start. I appreciate your comments about significant grading. Who inspects on behalf of the future homeowner or on behalf of the city, who is responsible for inspection of the work as it progresses to ensure that in fact the fill is engineered and applied or installed properly so that we don't end up with future problems?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So the process, as I understand, is when the filling happens, a geotechnical engineer is on the field and he's supposed to provide frequent reports to our engineering department, who then take care of it, or they look at these reports, like how the fill is done in accordance with our standards or not. And at the lot development stage as well, there is further reporting on the for each lot. Our engineering department reviews those reports and takes care of that. And I also believe the building codes inspection is also done. Maybe I'll pass on to Craig or Janelle if they want to add any information.
Through you, worship, to Councillor Kelly. I don't really have anything else to add other than this goes through kind of a cascading process where we start with the area structure plan. More detail is provided at the outline plan. So there is an understanding of what the grading is like. Yes, there is a bit of a depression in the middle of this area, but it's always been thought that that would be dealt with through the subdivision stage, and when that is looked at, like Ms. Shindy mentioned, there is a pretty extensive review process with the engineering department and the engineering drawings that we receive.
So to summarize your comments, and this is in the form of a question, tell me if I'm incorrect. No staff from the city actually inspect the site. We depend on reports.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'm not 100%.
Mr. Schaefer is joining us.
I won't answer that question. I'll pass on to Grant Schaefer.
Thanks, Councillor Kelly. So the process, so we review the designs. Once construction is complete, we receive geotechnical reports on what the how much fill, where the fill, its compaction. It's marked on the drawings for the builders so that they can take that into consideration when they're doing their structural design for those sites. So it's we're not doing specific inspections of the material that's going in, but we are relying on the engineer's reports that come back out of it.
And those engineering reports are produced by engineering firms that are 100% independent from the land developer company or the building companies?
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, they are the engineering firms are hired by the land development companies.
Okay, Mayor Catcher, I've got another question if I can. If not, I'll wave back in. Up to you.
If you have one, just do the one, and then I've got others who wish to speak.
Okay, just give me a second. It's page 74 of our package and page 42 of the section that we're currently working on. What caught my attention, there's a drawing and a significant section in blue that I read that says, area serviced by temporary lift station. What would have to happen for that lift station to be removed? What makes it temporary? What happens so that it no longer exists? Page 42 of the package, Grant.
Yeah, Your worship, Councillor Kelly. So that temporary lift station has been removed already and replaced by the permanent lift station that's located adjacent to the Dow Fields.
So no matter how we cut it, there's going to be a lift station servicing these particular properties obviously because they're downhill from the rest of Fort Saskatchewan.
Through your worship, that's correct.
Okay, I can
I
put
didn't
you
hear
on
you,
for,
sorry.
did you want to go on for another round? I can put you on the list.
Mayor Catcher, I'm unable to hear.
Okay.
Is it my end?
Okay. Did you want to be
I'm
put on
done
the
for now. I'll
second?
wave back.
Okay. Councillor Harris, you're next.
I brought this up at first reading, and I bring it up again, and I touch on what Councillor Blizzard indicated. On Appendix B, the area in pink that's designated as an odd triangle from Parks Reserve to RC, that's going to be integrated into the development area, which will ultimately be subdivided into lots. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, yes, that is correct.
What is the size
That's
of that
Councillor
area?
Harris.
Sorry.
What is the size of that parcel?
I don't, it's 0.02 hectares.
Are you aware that encroaches into the Fort Saskatchewan prairie lands? And if so, why is this not being addressed through a dedication of a Parks Reserve? I know what you said, that the Parks Reserve has already been allocated from the development overall, but why is this not being considered? Because it does impact an environmentally sensitive area. And that trail, as I understand, is supposed to be moved by the developer. Is that correct? Is that what you've negotiated?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, yes, that is what's being,
Councillor Harris.
Councillor Harris, that is what is being discussed.
And you find that acceptable?
Through your worship, yes.
Acceptable that we're losing environmentally sensitive area to the back of somebody's property is my question. And that's okay with planning department.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, it is private land. Some of that area doesn't have the vegetation that is as thick or as dense as it is in the other parts of the prairie forests here. So we are still looking at the location of the trail. It is not finalized yet.
Well, we'll bring that up at further discussion, but I have serious concerns with this.
Oh, Ms. Smith?
Through your worship, just to expand on Ms. Shinde's comments, the Fort Sask Prairies is further north of this area. If you look at the aerial view within your package, you can see that the pink triangle is touching a few trees, but we do not believe it's getting into the environmentally sensitive portion of the prairies.
I would disagree with that, Mr. Duguid-Smith, but we can save that for another time.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Nguyen. Can you hear me?
Apologies. Yeah. Further to the pink triangle discussion. So the interpretive forest is adjacent to this entire development, and this is probably the first development that backs onto it that we've seen in quite a while. My question is how does this work for foot traffic that is going to be more accessible to the area? Is that in the entire West Park area structure plan? What is the future envisioned use for the interpretive forest? Because I believe there's access to it right now, and having houses that back onto it obviously would encourage more hiking through that area.
Ms. Smith?
Through your worship, the future for the Fort Sask Prairies is to keep it accessible and to maintain it as an environmentally sensitive area. The society, who put a lot of heart and many hours into maintaining that area, has wound up their operations, and the city has agreed to take on the maintenance of this area on their behalf. We still have excellent relationships with those individuals, and we are reaching out to them to let them know that some work will be done on the fringe of the prairies, but with that, we do not believe it will negatively impact the area.
Okay, and then what type of maintenance would entail the city having to do anything in that area besides, I guess, monitor it?
Within that area, it is highly sensitive. Downy brome is a problem in that area, so that requires hand picking to do any type of spraying. Is problematic. So I believe the plan is to have a couple summer staff working in that area during the growing season.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and I do have concerns about this pink triangle. I know you said it was 0.02 hectares, but it looks like a pie-shaped lot is going to be backing right onto it. Not sure that's really necessary for this development. Anyway, that's not a question. Thanks.
Okay, I'm just going to double check. Councillor Kelly, did you want to come back on round 2? I know you couldn't hear me before.
Thank you, Mayor Catcher. I did not catch Grant's response right at the very end. I was asking about the need for pump stations, I think rhetorically, but I was looking for his affirmative that a pump station will be permanent in that area.
Your Worship of Councillor Kelly, there is a sanitary lift station in that area that is permanent, located closer to the Dow Ball Diamonds.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Catcher. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. That appears to be all the questions. So I'll have you guys take a seat back there. So before I invite the ones who are registered up, I'm just going to check with this group. Are you all here for the Legion presentation, or was there anybody that wanted to speak to the bylaw? Nobody was speaking to the bylaw in favor or opposed? I'm just double checking. Okay, because usually the way I like to do it is if there's questions, then I would probably bring you up first and then they can try and answer all of them after. But since nobody else is here, I'll invite those who have registered, Stephen Yu and Ray Watkins. Now, you can come together because you have indicated that there is no presentation, that you're only here to answer questions. So I'll invite you up. Okay. It's a good question. I can't answer that. I'm sure Ledge Services could. So this would be to answer Councillor Harris's question, which you're first on the speaking order. So just for the formality, so you need to push the button in front of you, in front of your microphone, and just for formality, even though I've said your names, just say your names and you're in favor or opposed.
Ray Watkins in support of the application.
Stephen Yu in support of the application.
Okay, so I'll let Councillor Harris ask his question while you're bringing this up. Okay, Councillor Harris?
Mr. Watkins, we had a conversation at first reading when you were in here, saw you in the lobby and asked you about this particular concern that I had. And while I totally disagree with what administration was saying, that this is not part of the prairie, I believe it is still a sensitive area. You indicated to me that there might be an opportunity for you to consider changing the location of that portion of the north, call it the northwest side of that triangle. Did you have any further discussions with our administration to that end, or are we still going with the way the map was intended at first reading? In other words, that pink area would all be part of some big, it'd be a corner lot of, a funny shaped.
Okay, we'll let
lot.
him. Okay.
So your question is?
My question is, we had a conversation about this at first reading. You thought there might be some opportunity to negotiate this with our administration. Did you or did you not have further discussion?
Yeah, we
with
had,
our
we, had a,
administration?
we had a number of discussions with administration. We met out on site with administration. The latest, as we've discussed, our team has had a meeting with the city next week to continue the collaborative discussions on how to mitigate impacts on the interpretive forest. As such, we're working closely with the city via the engineering drawing review process regarding the tree removal on private property. Engagement with the Fort Saskatchewan Prairie has also occurred to let them know some work will be occurring in this area. So we have met and we have discussed with them. The path will be, it is our intention to remove the path and alter it slightly and move it a little bit north. We've went out there and walked. There aren't any significant trees that are being removed. There's a lot of scrub poplar out there that are along the lines. We're not taking out hardly any trees. Some of the trees that are taking are within our property. The cost of relocating and moving the pathway is the cost of $60,000 to us just to remove it and place it. And we haven't asked the city for that. We don't know how it ended up on the land in the first place, illegally and without approval. But we're trying to rectify the problem with the minimal removal of trees. If we leave the path where it is and design the lots come up being less than 30 meters deep. So they're in almost insufficient depth to get a house on if we leave the path exactly where it is. So we've kind of compromised. We didn't want to move it all the way to where we wanted it, but we took it from where it is and we've kind of taken it about halfway and without moving hardly any trees at all. And we've allowed ourselves to get a lot over 30 meters deep. You have to look at it too, that these lots, like any kind of developer has a lot backing onto an open space, those are our premium lots. Those are the lots where we kind of recover our cash back on a lot like that. And when the trail was there, those lots were, like I say, were not even 30 meters deep. So I think we've worked out a good solution, like I say, with minimal removal of trees.
Did you say you had a picture?
Pardon me?
Did you say you had a picture or
I've got
something?
some pictures here too, if you put it up there. I can go through where we've kind of come from. I don't know why it's not showing. Here we go. My screen will show here sooner or later.
And I'm allowing it just so that it potentially answers the question. Not working?
Not too sure what's...
Right.
And this is all of our land here that was owned all the way up here. And when we cut the path inside here, these lots were 30 meters deep. Okay, so what we've done is we went out there and we had some discussions, and we've come up with. Okay, that's a.
The hills of Fort Saskatchewan, no.
Kind of this is where the existing trail is here, the dash line. And as you can see, if we move the lots inside of here, these lots are only 31 meters here, all the way here now. And if we bring into the trail, these lots won't even meet the minimum lot depth for development. So we have taken it, come to a compromise here.
Do you have your mic on? I think you've turned it off.
Got turned off. Okay, and let me find the other one here. Oh, we lost me again here.
So while you're digging that up, so suffice to say, the tip of that triangle would the trail when you reconstruct it, would it come across the north part of that?
The trail is going to come up.
Would go up at a funny angle and then come back down.
That's correct.
And having to go through the prairie forest over by our trail by the ball diamonds. Or you say you've come up with something that's a reasonable compromise.
There it is there, basically. Instead of coming down here like this, we've come across here and just across the tip here and down here.
So with that tip, to the right of where it says stage 9,
Yes, this tip.
would that be then dedicated to the city as part of?
That's correct, as a freebie.
And you know what, Mr.
Because
Watkins?
we can't get any credit for it, and we're also paying $60,000 to remove the trail and realign it.
Mr. Watkins, we're a terrible city, but thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mr.
That
Harris.
was a concern,
Councilor
and
Harris.
that's why I brought it up
Yes.
at the last meeting, and it's still a concern to me. So I'm glad to see that when we get to the actual engineered stage and development, that there will be some consideration that our engineering department will be working with you on.
Yeah, we're asking you to work
Good.
with us so we can have those lots developable. We realize that it was put in there in error. We're gonna, there's a $60,000 touch to realign it. We're giving you a little piece of land there. And like I said, there's minimal trees getting removed. We went out there a number of times and had a look. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And we really appreciate the city's
Okay,
help on this too.
Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
All right, we've got that one dealt with. That sounds like we've come to a bit of an agreement there. Second one is the low laying level of the land. So how can you reassure me that we aren't going to end up with people there that are calling the city going, I've got flooded basements, what did you allow?
Well, I'm not an engineer, but we do have really good engineers that we use, and the city has really good engineers. And we will design the project in accordance with the city's and the engineering standards to ensure that there isn't any flooding. And the city will work with us on that as we move forward with the development. We also hire geotechnical engineers, and though they are hired by the developer, they're professional engineers who have their own standard of engineering, and they provide us with design guidelines and criteria to develop and to engineer fill what we should do with houses that are built on that so that they're secured and they have the proper footings and foundations. Yeah, so we're very confident there isn't going to be any flooding and that things will be designed in accordance with the standards adopted by the city and good practices given to us by J.R. Payne, one of the leading geotechnical engineers in the province.
All right, and I'm going to ask the city the same thing later, but so if there is flooding, are you going to be held liable? How does that work? Do you know?
I'm not too sure about that. I don't know if we're held liable, but I mean, I'm very confident that there's not going to be a lot of flooding down there because, like I said, we work with the city and the engineers to ensure that there isn't.
Okay, and can I have one more quick one?
Okay.
Right now, there's existing houses. They are, just like you said, you have premium lots when they back onto green space. I think some of the people that are in those houses felt they had premium lots and possibly no subdivision. Are the houses that will be behind them single family, a little bit larger lots that are going in? Do you know? Like that back onto those existing large houses?
Are you referring to the east side of the development?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, they're big pie-shaped lots adjacent to the walkway that back onto the existing development. If that's what you're talking about,
I'm talking. It'll be the west or the east side. Yeah,
side, yeah, they're
that
big
all
pie-shaped
run there.
lots that are back
Okay, so those will be bigger houses that are behind them then too.
And those lots will also have longer lot depths. If you look at the previous map, it shows where the road location is. It kind of juts out, comes back in because of the distance it is of the existing roadway and where that property line currently is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. Sure, I'll pick up on that because I asked a question about the east side properties before. So those are going to be rear to front drainage. I can imagine retaining walls are going to be built in everyone's property there. Are they going to be crowned? Is that for proper drainage to the side yards? Is that basically what the grade will look like?
So yeah, that's correct. That they will be draining from the rear to front. As we're doing the engineering for the entire stage, everything will have to drain towards the stormwater management facility for this neighborhood. That's what this drainage basin goes towards. So they cannot drain onto another person's property. That's what the city's administration team does to review to ensure that adjacent properties are not impacted by future development.
Okay, thanks. And then further to just drainage and flooding issues, will all of these houses be tied in through their sump systems into the storm sewer city lines?
Yep. Every dwelling will be tied into the city services. Yes.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple more questions about the pink triangle here that we're going over. You mentioned about the $60,000 spend to remove the walkway and realign it. It sounded like you'd be seeking costs from the city. Is that the case?
We haven't pursued that at all yet, or even asked for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume that something like that will be worked out in the development agreement if there is any repayment. But we haven't asked for it yet. I just making it aware that it is a cost to us to remove and replace it.
Right. Thanks. And how many lots would be situated in that area?
How many lots are situated? Pardon me, in the area where the trail is?
Yeah. In the pink triangle.
There's like 4 or 5 lots that are affected.
4 or 5 and affected, but within that whole area, I think administration mentioned it's 0.02 hectares, but that doesn't seem, that's not even an acre, is it? So I'm not sure if that area was correct, and that's why I'm asking about how many lots would be in that area.
Let me just pull up the plan. I'm not too sure what your question is. Hang on.
How many lots go into the PER to RC?
They're trying to look on their screen, Councillor Nguyen.
Okay, sorry.
How many lots? You mean how many lots are in the triangular area? There's no lots in the triangular area. It's at the back of a number of lots. So it doesn't include a lot, that triangle area. It's at the back of a few of the lots. The triangle is.
Okay, are just
Right.
so that
Okay.
both of you are clear, you're talking about the piece they're going to give to the city? Is that the piece you're talking about, Councillor Nguyen?
No, it was my misunderstanding. Sorry, I was looking at a different map. So yeah, I'm good with the answer so far. I appreciate that.
Okay, I'll go on to Councillor Kelly then.
Mayor Catcher, I did have questions revolving around the pink triangle, but they've been answered with the prior couple discussions, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris on round 2.
No, I think Mr. Watkins addressed my concern.
Okay, great. Thank you. That looks like all of the questions, so thank you for coming out today. We'll be dealing with this matter shortly. So.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank staff for all their help moving this forward for us.
Okay, thank you. So I'll invite Cherie and Craig to come back. So I will ask if there's any final questions of council to administration. Okay, well, we have to come out of the pub. Okay, it doesn't appear to be any final questions, so I will close the public hearing at 2:53, and we will go into business arising from the public hearing. Go ahead.
So the motion is that council approve amendments to the Windsor Point outline plan to update concept plan and update the policy text, land use statistics, and population calculations as set out in the April 8, 2025 request for decision.
Okay, thank you. So this is the first motion. So wish of council. Councillor Harris.
Your Worship, I would move that council approve the amendments to the Windsor Point outline plan to address A and B as indicated in the report.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
You know, this area is the last little area, actually very unique area. And I know there are some concerns with the triangle that I raised. I'm pretty sure we can get that addressed. I know that there's obviously some issues with the engineered fill because that is an extremely low area. But engineered fill subdivisions exist across Canada, and I'm pretty confident that between our engineering department, development department, and the developer, that we can get that done. And those will be very I think, very acceptable lots when they're done. And as long as we can integrate the path in an appropriate way without hitting any trees as we go back over towards the Ball Diamond area, I think this subdivision makes a lot of sense and is really one of the nice big areas left undeveloped in the city thus far. So I support it in that context.
Okay, thank you. And just as a reminder to everyone, this is just the amendments to the outline plan. We'll come to the second and third reading shortly. So is there any discussion on the outline plan? Okay, not seeing any. Anything on close, Councillor Harris? No. So I'll close the motion for the amendments to the outline plan. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Would you like to continue?
No, I think somebody else can move second or third reading if they so choose.
Councillor Macon?
I'll make the motion that council give second reading to bylaw C3-25 to amend land use bylaw C2320 to redistrict plan 042691 block 25 lot B. I'm going to just say as presented.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
a lot of
very
numbers in there.
Do you wish to speak to it?
Only that I support the motion. I thank the developer for working with the city on our sensitive area down there, and I appreciate all the work that's been done.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Blizzard on discussion and debate.
Well, I had two big issues with this area, and the one has been resolved. I'm okay with the pathway the way it's been planned, and it looks good. But the other one is I want some more reassurance on the low level of the land and that we won't end up with huge water issues. And one of the reasons I'm asking for this is, you know, there's been many incidents over the years where things have happened. Edmonton built stuff on a hillside where all of a sudden houses went into the ravine and engineers had looked at it and the homeowner had it on their shoulders there. I want reassurance that the city isn't going to have to come back and deal with flooding in lands and spend more money. So what does the city do and who would be held accountable if there is flooding? What does the city do, first of all, to prevent it, make sure that this is going to work?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Blizzard. So it's not uncommon for situations like this. There are many situations where there is fill that's brought in to deal with grades and things like that. It does go through a process. As we mentioned before, these areas were always earmarked and designated for residential, knowing and keeping in mind that there is a bit of a depression in this particular area. So certain choices were made around land use. When it gets to the subdivision stage and going through the process of a development agreement and looking at the engineering drawings, at the end of the day, a professional engineer does sign off on it. So I'd like to think that there is some accountability there. We do accept those drawings with that professional stamp and signature on it. But we also go through a fairly rigorous review process looking at those drawings as well. So if we're not completely satisfied, we'll have those discussions with the engineer and the developer to make sure that it meets our standards. I'm not an engineer, so I can't speak specifically to the details, but that's generally what the process is. And that's why a professional engineer would sign off on it, because there is some accountability there.
Yes, and I would say keep a close eye on this, professional engineer or not. Some things have been signed off in the past that have been signed off like that and still ended up not doing well in some areas. So I would say definitely make sure it's close because it is very low.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that appears to be all the questions. Councillor Macon? Nothing further? Okay, all right, so I'll close the motion for second reading. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Would you like to proceed with third? Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, disappeared. Apologies. I'll make the motion the council give third reading to bylaw C3-25 to amend land use bylaw C2320 as presented.
Thank you. Do you have anything further to speak in favor?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Discussion and debate. Councillor Noyen. Did you have something?
Sorry, no, I was just raising my hand to make the third motion, but it's good.
You're like 1.5 by 2.5 inches, so I can't see that little hand very well. So, okay, thank you. Okay, so not seeing any discussion and debate. Anything on close? You're good. Motion is now closed for third reading. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, so thank you. All right, now we have had most of the audience leave. I do have the people here for the Legion. So since if council will indulge me, if nobody has any objections, I'm going to move their item up on the agenda to the next item so that we can deal with that. So Jennifer Hoyer, nobody has any objections? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jennifer Hoyer. I am the Director of Family and Community Support Services. I am here today to provide Council with information regarding the potential installation of light post banners within the city that honor veterans and seek Council direction on next steps. At the January 28th, 2025 regular council meeting, council directed administration to provide a report on the feasibility and considerations for a project to design, acquire, and install light post banners within the city, and that administration consult with the Legion to discuss partnership, location, and preferences for the project. Administration met with the Fort Saskatchewan Legion to obtain their input. The Legion indicated that there is an established program through the Royal Canadian Legion that supports local Legion branches in partnering with their municipality on banner initiatives. The program offers templates that include memorial designs that can feature a local veteran and generic designs with a remembrance message. All banners include space for the Legion brand logo as well as for a partner logo. The Legion identified the established program as their preference for moving forward, as it aligns with other municipalities and has been designed through the Royal Canadian Legion. If the choice is made to move ahead with the banners that feature veterans, the Legion feels that their membership is best suited to make the decisions and plans necessary regarding these banners. In terms of location, there were several options discussed between administration and the Legion. However, for reasons of visibility, surrounding area, and current light post infrastructure, one location was identified as preferred. The proposed location would begin on 101st Street and 94th Avenue and turn on to 93rd Avenue leading to the Legion. This location highlights the Legion, is in a high traffic location, has a school, youth agency, and senior apartments nearby. All other locations discussed were deemed unsuitable. Administration has created a high-level project plan attached as Appendix A to provide an overview of the work and timelines required to successfully proceed with the project if directed by Council to do so. The project cost for the printing of the banners and the hardware for installation is approximately $6,000. The Legion has indicated that they are interested in entering into a financial partnership with the city to contribute a portion of the cost. Beyond the financial contribution, The city could also contribute in kind for the installation and the light post infrastructure. Life cycle replacement, storage, and associated costs must also be considered. It is projected that there is a 3-year lifespan on the light post banners. As with all assets, the banners would be inspected prior to replacement. However, at the time of replacement, there would be an associated printing cost to consider, as well as the installation time. If the project moves forward, administration would work with the Legion on an agreement that considers the current installation, storage, and life cycle replacement. If the project was approved, administration would consider including ongoing costs in the 2026 operating budget for the ongoing life cycle replacement of the banners. Administration is recommending that Council approve a partnership with the Legion on the installation of light post banners within the city that honor veterans in the month of November, and that the city contribute 50% of the funds as well as in-kind contributions of installation and light post infrastructure. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. So we will do questions first. Councillor Harris? Oh,
Or a protocol relative to Remembrance Day, Remembrance Month, whatever you want to call it, relative to these banners being installed in November. Obviously, Remembrance Day is one day. And I'm not against this. I'm just trying to understand what the protocol is. I'm putting these banners up in November before the 11th and taking them down in January. Is that consistent with the protocol that exists for acknowledgement of veterans, past and present?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Harris. I'm not aware of a protocol per se or something that is set out. However, we often see veterans honored through the whole month of November. I will also add that part of the reason for the dates of installation and takedown is to align the work with other work that administration is doing to find some efficiencies.
Yeah, and I think that efficiency makes a lot of sense, and I appreciated that information. I was just curious, in other words, if you leave them up through December and into January, just from an efficiency standpoint, is that disrespectful to veterans, or is the Legion okay with that?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I wouldn't want to speak completely on behalf of the Legion. However, in our conversation, we did discuss that we would be trying to align it with work that we're doing around those times, and there didn't seem to be resistance.
So they're okay with that, is what I'm led to believe. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye?
Thank you for your presentation, and just thank you for the work you've done so far with the Legion. I'm pretty sure they're happy, and we have a few members here. My first question is, how did we decide on the 50% for the cost coverage?
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, with the ongoing nature of the project and the fact that there is going to be life cycle replacement, administration felt that it would support the sustainability of the project better if we were able to contribute in that way.
Okay. All right, thank you. And my second question is just around the established program you had mentioned. That's the established program that they can kind of jump on or apply to. What exactly is that program? What are they going to be getting as a result of that program?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye. So that program was created through the Royal Canadian Legion, and it offers templates. So the designs are already created, which means we don't have to invest the time or resources to create those designs.
Okay, so it's just like templates, not like financial support or any other type of support.
That's right.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
Got a few questions, but I'll start with this. So what does the city currently do for the Legion? And is there a bit of a back and forth? They do something for the city too? I know we have some agreements.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, do you mean in relation to Remembrance Day or in general?
In general. I know they get rent.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I can really only speak to the items that I'm aware of on this. I'll say that we do have a partnership on the Meals on Wheels program. And so that partnership, the Legion oversees the volunteers, and there's volunteers that they organize all year long. And for that, they get forgiveness of taxes. I'm not sure of their lease agreement. There may be somebody here that can speak to that better than I can if we're looking at that, or I can get that information back to you.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, but I think we already do some things. I guess that's my point for the Legion, correct?
Yes. Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, yes.
Yeah, and the intention of these banners is they would be up by November 11th?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I may have one more after, but what are we talking? How many banners?
Through your worship, it is about 25 banners.
Okay.
Okay, you're good.
Yep, for now.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Quick question. Why don't we install the banners and leave them up year round?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, if that is the wish of council, we can certainly discuss that.
So it is an option. This isn't part of an annual Remembrance Day type ceremony or honoring. So we could do that, correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I mean, often at that time of the year is when we are calling remembrance and honoring veterans. So that is why we are going with that time of the year. However, we could discuss that and certainly seek input from the Legion if that was something that council wanted to discuss.
And speaking for yourself, not the Legion, if a councillor was to make such an amendment to the motion, would you personally be comfortable with
that? Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I think I'd want to discuss that with the interested parties before administration made a recommendation on that.
And they are in the audience, Councillor Kelly. I could invite one to come up and.
Would you please, Mayor Katcher? I don't know why we wouldn't do this and just leave it as a continuous and ongoing venture. So I would appreciate the response if possible.
Okay. Just for the record, I'll have you state your name.
Good day, Your Worship and Council. My name is Wes Kopp, retired sergeant from the Canadian Forces, served 25 years in the military. My question to leaving them up for the year boils down to, I guess a lot of it would be the cost. And then I myself would love to see them up year round and celebrate the remembrance of those who have actually served in the Canadian military. Excuse me for my my feelings towards this. There's lots and lots of famous people, both men and women, that have served in the military from the city of Fort Saskatchewan and surrounding area. And it sort of, I myself would love to see it all the time, but it boils down to a lot of it's a cost of and the maintenance of the items and the banners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So back to administration. A question maybe you're more comfortable answering. It would seem to me would be cheaper to leave them up 12 months of the year as opposed to taking them down and putting them back up, which requires 2 separate visits each and every year. Comments, if any?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I would note that, while it is possible that we would have to replace the banners sooner if they are left up longer just due to the elements, you're right in that we wouldn't be putting the same in-kind resources. So while we didn't do the analysis of cost, you're not wrong that it would reduce costs in one area, potentially increase in another.
Mayor Katcher, if I may, we have other banners on posts in the city. I don't know what the expected lifespan of those are either, but I would have thought that they would last longer than 3 years. Any comments on that?
Ms. Smith, are you able to comment?
Through your worship, I'm just going off of memory, but 3 to 5 years is what I recall. So we may have put in a shorter timeline because of the vibrancy of those banners and wanting to make sure that they didn't look worn.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, sir. And I do believe we have at least one military spouse in the audience, so thank you also to your contribution. In your conversations with the Legion, and you may just want to answer this yourself, was there an indication if there was local veterans that we hope to honor on these banners?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, yes, there was conversation about that. Minimal conversation, not knowing how far we would go with the project, but the conversation was about starting with the cenotaph and some of the veterans that have been honored in that way, and then moving in chronologically into where we are today.
Okay. Awesome, and I would think that if they're being replaced every 3-ish years, then it gives us the opportunity to select new veterans to honor that way. So,
Through your worship, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That kind of goes to my question as well. So it was the intent to change these out periodically. So each year, it would have been the intent to change them out with different members.
Yes, Your Worship. Yeah, we want to change them out because I've actually gone through the cenotaph and I've been researching names that are on our cenotaph for the people that are from Fort Saskatchewan and area. And the 25 banners, we'd probably fill them up just with World War I veterans themselves and stuff. So, and the intent was to cycle through, and those that are not being put up outside would be left inside the Legion for display so people can see them too.
Okay, how many banners in total when you're talking about for those who have been serving from Fort Saskatchewan?
I don't know offhand, but I'm probably saying maybe 50 people or so that are on our cenotaph, both men and women.
Okay, so then your thought process is if we were to leave them up year round for 1 year, you would have one series of 20 or 25, whichever it amounted to, and then change it out the following year?
Yes, we'd be changing them out. We'd be changing them out depending how many we have. I myself have researched numerous names trying to find pictures of these individual veterans. I've found quite a few right now myself already of their pictures through historical sites and other means that are out there. And in the future, to remember our veterans of my generation that have served in the Balkans, those who are Afghan veterans as myself, and those who served in the Middle East.
Okay, thank you. So my last question is maybe to Ms. Hoyer. So would this be better off if the project's approved, which I'm sure it will be approved, to do the discussion and negotiating rather than having council put a fixed time frame on anything? That, you know, if we're comfortable with it being year round or 6 months or changed out whenever, is that better just to leave that discussion with administration to do that negotiating?
Through your worship, the intent was that we would go back to the table if approved and have those types of discussions in a way that best honor what we're trying to do here. And so considering life cycle replacement and all of the things we need to consider alongside what the intent of the program is.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Blizzard, you had another question?
Yeah, I did, then I didn't, then I did. Some of it's just comments, so I'll save it till the motion's made. But so you're talking about pictures on the banner. So if we're making 25 banners, are these pictures then changeable on the banner? Or would you make 50 banners that have a picture and change them out? And is the city then making them for in the future already?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, we would print the first lot of banners with the chosen veterans, and we'd work with the Legion to do that. And when the replacement of those came up, however that looks and is decided, then the next lot of veterans would go on those banners.
Okay, so when you're talking about pictures in the Legion, it would just be you'd actually have a picture, not banners up. Because you had mentioned about we'd have the banner or pictures inside the Legion. You would just have pictures of the veterans that weren't on banners inside the Legion. So that maybe I'm just...
The banners actually are made with the veteran's picture on the banner itself.
Right, and
So
those
they're
would be
not
hanging on light
interchangeable.
posts? But
Yeah.
you just said that there would be more veterans that wouldn't have pictures on banners, but they would be inside the Legion?
Well, there's the pictures we have would be put on the
Oh.
banner itself, and then the pictures stay on those banners because they're built into the banner
But we would
itself.
only be making 25 for the current light posts.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Abitoye. Yep, we're ready for it. Just give me a second there. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to make the motion, but maybe I can call it an amending motion just because of the conversations that's gone on about having it year round. So I can just take out the month of November and just leave it generic so that we can leave it up to them to have the conversations. So what do you advise? Do I make an amendment or do I just?
I don't. I think
Technically, you don't need an amendment because the motion has not been made, so you can just modify the motion.
So just modify as I go. Perfect. Okay, sounds good. So I'm just going to read the motion and just leave out the in the month of November, and just leave it as is. Okay, perfect. I make the motion that council approves a partnership with the Legion on the installation of light post banners within the city that honors veterans in the month of November, and. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Resets. Just press the reset button. We're gonna do this over again. Okay. So I'm going to make the motion that council approves a partnership with the Legion on the installation of light post banners within the city that honors veterans, and that the city contributes 50% of the funds. Thank you, Councillor Harris. 50% of the funds, as well as in-kind contributions of installation and light post infrastructure, and that it'll be funded through the existing operations budgets.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept that motion. You may speak to it.
Thank you. Before I speak to this motion, I'd just like to acknowledge the three people here that represents the Legion. Retired Sergeants Wesley Coop, I know here we already met him, as well as Betty and Marie from the Ladies Auxiliary. Thank you for being here. Honestly, this conversation is not just about banners. I think it's about gratitude. It's about remembrance and unity. I think that this is I think is a really wonderful way to commemorate the memories of the veterans that have stood for us as a community and fought for our freedom as a nation and as a community. And we clearly have seen support from the Legion as we see their presence here. And there's also, I believe, a national initiative, like you talked about how you're going to be reaching out to the regional Legion on the program that's already available, so I definitely support this motion because I believe that it brings civic pride and intergenerational connections, because little kids are going to be seeing photos of veterans from many years ago, and that might be a conversation starter, and who knows, maybe some kids are going to be like, we want to be we want to be in the military or some sort of capacity in that nature. So I think that this is a wonderful way for us to commemorate that. And I think there's something I found was to be a bit of a challenge was that the city was going to be covering only 50% of the cost. But when I thought even further about it, I'm like, you know what? I think that it's important for the Legion to have some sort of stake in this project. I think that's it's like shared investment, shared ownership, right? Because if the city just funds it fully, the city has autonomy, and the Legion may not really have a say. And I know the city we have cool people here, so the city would likely not do that. But I think it's just best that if you bring in 50%, you have a say in how you want the banners to look, and you have a say in the project, right? And I think it's just great for equity, right? Because as we support other groups as well, we don't want to be 100% funding these things, but this is a great project that I think that we should be putting our supports behind. And the fact that it's also going to be within existing operating budgets, I think that's even makes it all the more cooler. So I definitely support the motion, and I really thank administration for working with the Legion so far. I know that the Legion is excited about this project, and I can't wait to see those banners up in November. Or through the year, whatever we decide.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is for discussion and debate. Councillor Blizzard, you're first.
Yeah, so are we looking at this for this November?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, yes.
Okay, so we would have it ready. I want to speak on the year-round thing. I actually disagree with having it year-round. And one of the reasons is maybe the same reason that, I like when we have our summer flowers up and then their time is gone and it's time for something new. I love our Christmas decorations. Their time is done, time for something new. And I think, when we put these banners up, people notice them. If you leave them up, people stop noticing. It just becomes part of the scenery and you ignore them. So I think, by having them up, they definitely should be up by Remembrance Day. When they're taken down, I guess that can be a little flexible. But I think by putting them up and taking them down, yes, it conserves them some, because I think year round you're going to get more wear on them no matter what. But it also brings them a little bit more. Maybe there will also be, that picture in the paper that here we're back to that time of year again. So I kind of feel like it should be done just once a year and taken down. The other thing that I think is, instead of putting it automatically into our operating budget year after year, I think in 3 or 5 years when these banners wear out, who council of the day should look at it again, or maybe there should be a discussion. Are they doing what we want? Do we need something different? So I think it should be maybe reevaluated. You can put it as a placeholder, but I think it should be brought back and looked at. Are we getting out of it what the Legion wants, what the city wants, and not just blindly do it? We do that with so many things. We approve it, it just gets done, and people go, why do we still do that? So, maybe in a few years there's different ways to do it or whatever. Anyways, that's my sentiments on that. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next in the speaking order, so I will support the motion. I do agree that it's got to be negotiated between administration and the Legion to see what's going to work for you, because as the conversations have been going on, I've seen heads shaking, heads nodding. So, sometimes I think it's just important for the people who are going to be receiving credit to have the majority of the input as to the length of time and what goes on these banners. And I fully support our Legion and our veterans. They're the ones who have fought for our democracy, even though it's in a state that it is. But it's to me, I just think, people have been asking for something. They were asking for the crosswalks, and when that was asked for, it was like, well, we need to work with the Legion, but a lot of people had said, well, but you put it on the street, it's getting walked on, and some people had said to me it felt like it was tarnishing the memory or driving over the memory of the Legionnaires to put the poppies on the street. So I'm very happy that we've come to a negotiated agreement of what's going to go on these banners, and I think it's really going to serve its purpose to say we shall remember them. So thank you. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion. Thank you to Councillor Abatoy for bringing this forward for council to consider. I think it's a beautiful way to honor our veterans, and certainly the veterans near and dear to my heart and my family do support this. So I appreciate it coming forward and for council's consideration.
Okay, thank you. Anything on close, Councillor Abatoy?
Yes, thank you. I hadn't waiting on all the year round or just for a certain period. I personally agree with it being out there all year round. But that's just my personal opinion. I think it's important for us to come to the table with the Legion and make a decision. I don't think it's a decision we should be making here at this table. And I think that's a way that we can honor the Legion. And that's all I had to say. But I'm really glad to hear that council is going to be supporting it and moving this forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, 3:30 or 12 minutes. So back in your chairs at 3:40.
right around the outside.
Now it's 3:40. We'll resume the meeting and we will go back to item 7.1 DCC Aquatics and Site Integration. And we have a whole bunch of people in, we have Kayla Dow, Joey Farbrother, Brad Babiak, and Grant Schaefer. So whoever's taking it away, take it away.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I am Kayla Dow, the DCC Expansion Project Coordinator, and I am joined today by Brad Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation, Joey Fairbrother, Senior Engineering Coordinator, and Grant Schaefer, Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering. Today's presentation, next slide, yeah. Today's presentation aims to present Council with options for the proposed aquatic features and potential site improvements at the Dow Centennial Center, along with the associated cost estimates for each.
Can you just come a little closer to your mic?
Confirming the chosen option with Council will determine the scope of design of the Dow Centennial Aquatic Center expansion project. Community input and additional details of the four options can be found in Appendix A Aquatic Survey What We Heard report and Appendix B Summary Report Dow Centennial Center Aquatics and Site Integration Options. It is worth noting a timeline of specific events on the aquatics project that have led us to today's meeting. In 2023, following the Indoor Recreation Infrastructure Service Level Review, a vote on support for a new aquatics facility was included in the 2024 census. The municipal census showed that 61.2% support for the aquatics project, with 69.7% of households who responded voting yes for the new aquatic center. In September 2024, Dow Company Foundation generously invested approximately $5.6 million towards the design and construction of this project. Administration procured a design team for the aquatics project at the end of 2024 and began design work in January 2025. At the June 25th, 2024 council meeting where the borrowing bylaw for design was approved, administration was tasked with conducting public engagement to gather input from the community on the specific leisure amenities they desired. An aquatic survey was held from February 18th to March 5th, 2025 and produced 1,813 responses. The 2023 review informed the concept for a 52,000 square foot aquatics expansion at the Dow Centennial Center with base program features. Those features are listed on the slide in front of you. The aquatic survey was primarily online with some in-person support. It asked that respondents rank a range of aquatic features, provide limited demographic data, and share any other comments related to the aquatics project. Residents had access to an online learning center to learn about the base features and the features that were being ranked on the survey. More details of the survey, including questions asked and the amenities that were ranked highest, are included in Appendix A What We Heard report. 4 options were prepared with the base features and additional features and site improvements. The options were developed using multiple inputs such as costing and property tax inputs, 7 aquatic activity types including recreation and leisure swimming, skill development, fitness swimming, sport training, special events, therapy and rehabilitation, and leadership training. These activity types were noted in the 2023 Infrastructure Service Level Review. It also looked at features commonly found in modern aquatic centers, ranking of features from the aquatics survey, public engagement, and site improvements and efficiencies for future site development, construction, and user flow post-construction to ensure a coordinated connection to the current Dow Centennial Center building. This analysis was developed through insights from the design team and city staff, and currently a traffic impact assessment and parking study are underway. The options presented will include updated cost estimates along with impacts on debenture and property taxes, which incorporate the Dow Company Foundation gift of approximately $5.6 million for design and construction. These estimates account for various cost variations due to uncertainties in material and equipment availability, trade tariffs, exchange rates, and labor costs. They also consider strategies to mitigate these uncertainties, such as an alternative products.
I'm going to go sit out there until you're out of here.
Okay, somebody is, who is that? Patrick? Can you mute? Councillor Nguyen, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They also consider strategies to mitigate these uncertainties, such as using alternative products and materials and adjusting procurement timing. While tax impact and debenture estimates are provided for each option, they do not factor in future property-based growth or planned industry expansion. To assist in developing the options further, administration visited a number of regional pools and recently built or under development pools. We gained valuable insights into the lessons learned from the building and operating modern pools and aquatic systems, including the impact of aquatic features on design and operations. Additionally, we deepened our understanding of aquatics mechanical systems, distinct from those at Harbor Pool, and how they influence both design and operation of the pool. We also learned about constraints that buildings face that were amplified when additions were made to current structures. The project team is currently analyzing the south side of the Dow Centennial Center building to determine a suitable location of the aquatic center, while keeping in mind potential future expansion options at the building, such as a future arena. Option 1, Basic Aquatics Facility Features and DCC Site Expansion, proposes a pool that meets the base program. This option increases the capacity and flexibility of the leisure and program opportunities overall, as well as allowing them to be run simultaneously compared to Harbor Pool. This option allows for leisure features that include a drop slide in deep water, a small water play structure that includes basic spray features and a tot slide, competition swim blocks, 1 meter diving board, and a rope swing. These features are a slight improvement above what is currently found at Harbor Pool, and the required site adjustments will include additional parking and a small connection between the expansion and the current DCC building. The debenture of this would be up to $57.9 million with a property tax increase of 10.27%. Impacts of this option offer a range of aquatic activity types, which focuses on 4 of the 7 recommended activity types. These include recreation and leisure swimming, skill development, fitness swimming, and leadership training. Integration and improvements offer a minimal corridor to the existing Dow Centennial Center lobby. Further upgrades would be needed if the second arena is constructed at the building, and constraints and asphalt deficiencies in the northwest parking lot are not addressed. Cost impacts balance budget with recommended program and leisure aspects from the 2023 review. The leisure features are similar to those at Harbor Pool. User experience offers a basic aquatic center with elements like a deep end water slide, rope, and diving board, and lacks highly ranked features like a lazy river and large water slides from the public engagement. Planning for community growth meets current and future needs with increased space for programming and leisure opportunities to happen simultaneously. Option 2, a modern aquatic facility features and DCC site expansion, includes the base program, top-ranking elements from the public engagement, and features commonly seen in modern aquatic facilities. This option includes all the features mentioned in Option 1. It increases the size of the water play structure and adds a lazy river, 2 larger water slides, a 3-meter diving board, a larger parent viewing area, and a water climbing wall. This option enhances both program and leisure aquatics and improves the connection between the Dow Centennial Center building and the pool lobby for better flow and operational efficiency of user traffic. The debenture of this would be up to $61.4 million with a property tax increase of 10.68%. Impacts of Option 2, the range of activity types focuses on 6 of the 7 recommended types: recreation and leisure swimming, skill development, fitness swimming, sport training, special events, and leadership training, leaving out therapy and rehabilitation. Site integration and improvements improves the connection between the Dow Centennial Center building and the pool lobby. Constraints and asphalt deficiencies in the northwest parking lot are not addressed in this option. The cost impact increases project costs due to additional features and potentially higher operational costs. User experience is a wider range of features appealing to various age groups. For example, the Lazy River offers leisure and rehabilitation opportunities without the focus too much on the rehabilitation. It accommodates various program and leisure options without overwhelming a single space. Option 3, enhanced aquatic facility features and DCC expansion with no exterior site improvement, adds emerging aquatics features that would be largely unique to the region, as well as enhancing connections and interior flow of the building. Many of the features had support from the public engagement and would enhance both leisure and program aquatics. It incorporates all features from Option 1 and Option 2, plus an increase of the size of the features of the water play structure, a second multi-purpose room, an addition of 2 lanes to the 8-lane lap pool, relaxation area, a cold plunge pool, and a space for water rehabilitation and therapy, water exercise equipment, and a suspended obstacle course in deep water. The debenture of this would be up to $64.4 million with a property tax increase of 11.03%. The range of activity types in this option focus on all 7 of the recommended activity types. Site integration and improvements are the same as Option 2, and constraints and asphalt deficiencies in the northwest parking lot are still not addressed in this option. There are higher project and operational costs with this option, but it allows additional lane capacity in the lap pool that will help to delay any future expansion for aquatics needed. Users will experience enhanced features appealing to all age groups. It also allows for additional simultaneous use and capacity. This option meets current population and future community growth needs with the expanded lap pool and additional meeting and community spaces. Option 4, an enhanced aquatic features and long-term site expansion, incorporate the same aquatic features as the previous Option 3. This option instead focuses on additional site improvements that include the development of a ring road on the west side of the Dow Centennial Center parking lot and increased parking to the south of the building to accommodate the anticipated increase of visits to the building, the aquatic center, and a potential future arena. The debenture of this option would be up to $66.4 million with a property tax increase of 11.26%. Site integration and improvements include completing the ring road, enhancing parking lot flow, improving traffic movement on the site, and reducing future work when the Dow Centennial Center expands in the future. This will also increase our parking lot capacity. Cost impacts will increase the capital costs, but completing this work may reduce current ongoing maintenance costs for the parking lot, and this also minimizes future work at the Dow Centennial Center site for future expansions. Enhanced parking and road networks ensure a cohesive experience for visitors, and planning for community growth considers future arena and other additions at the building, ensuring that the building meets current and future growth demands as a whole site and addresses site constraints from future expansions. Based on internal discussions of the options addressed today, administration recommends that council proceed with option 2, modern aquatic facility features and DCC site expansion. If approved, this will provide the features commonly found in a modern aquatic center, as well as a coordinated connection to the current Dow Centennial Center building that is considerate of the site expanding in the future. Increasing the budget will improve efficiencies for future site development, optimize our construction, and enhance user flow within the building post-construction. This option considers additional aquatic features above those included in the base program, features commonly found in modern aquatic centers, and those ranking as desirable on the public engagement, site improvements that ensure coordinated connection to the current building, and improvements and efficiencies for future site development, construction, and user flow. 6 of the 7 aquatic activity types are included in this option 2, and cost implications due to uncertainties in material and equipment, trade tariffs, exchange rates, and labor costs, as well as strategies to mitigate uncertainties such as alternative products, materials, and procurement timing. There are other alternatives for council's consideration, so council could direct administration to proceed with one of the other options presented on the screen, or that council direct administration to pursue another alternative. Next steps, administration will proceed with the following action upon receiving direction from council. The project team will design to an approved option and develop an associated validation report. City administration will also present that validation report to council for budget approval and first reading of a debenture bylaw in July of 2025. The validation report will include the final budget, schedule, and design. I thank you for your time today, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions. I put my name down first. So, and we'll try and limit them to 2 each so that we can go around a couple times. So the difference between option 3 and option 4 is the ring road and the parking.
To your worship, that is correct.
So I guess the question that I have is, could that not be done out of our local or our future road projects instead of tying that to the building? Question.
Your worship, we could do that. It just would deplete that funding for that year to do that work, so then we wouldn't get into other roads. So it's a bit of a trade-off of where the funding comes from.
Okay, that's still a few years away. The other question that I have is with your other options. So your option 2, more than basic, including the river and that. Once you get into climbing walls, suspended obstacle courses, are you not risking the public who are underneath of these? So are you not putting public at risk? I haven't seen these at any facilities, and I know safety and drownings is something that we have to be really conscious of.
Through your worship, that is correct. There is any risk when you join in water activities. The specific amenities that we're looking at would be happening all in one multiple bodies of water, but there is multiple amenities at any given pool. Similar to Harbor Pool, we have a diving board, a rope, a slide, all in the same basin of water. So it's spreading those activities out so that you have the room to play as well as partake in programming at the same time. There is a risk with anything, which is why that we have lifeguards on the pool deck at any given moment in a public pool.
Okay, and I only asked that question because of incidents that have happened at Harbor Pool. I believe you took out the slide. Is the slide still there?
The slide is still there.
Is it
yeah.
still there? Okay, I haven't been there in a while. Okay.
Your Worship, I'll just add into what Kayla was mentioning is not all these things would necessarily be operating at once. So, for example, the suspended obstacle course actually gets lowered down and put into use, and at that time we potentially have staff who would look at that. Or if we had, for example, the larger slides, we might have attendants there as well, but they might not all be in operation at once just due to staffing constraints and other pieces. So there is a bit of a control in terms of how this is done. It's not necessarily just a free-for-all within the space.
Okay, and and that's my concern. So, okay, thank you. Okay, everybody's on the list. So, Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
I don't know if you'll answer this question, but maybe one of our leadership team will. What is our debt limit for the city?
Through your worship, I can't recall the exact, I know the metric that we use is, it's 75% of our I think it's of our revenues. And then, we've set, that's our internal debt limit. So the provincial government sets a debt limit and then we go to 75% of that. But I don't know what that actual dollar number is. I was looking on the 10-year capital plan here and I can't find it. So
I was thinking 110, 120 million, something like that. It rings a bell. I'm not sure.
Let me see if I can search around for that and we'll get back to you probably before the questioning's done.
Right. Okay. Because the other question tied in with that is where are we now on that?
Through your worship right now.
And I know we're low, but we're looking at a couple.
About 12 or 15% of our internal debt limit.
So I'd like to know the number though, what we're shooting for. Okay. And between options 1 and 4, what's the difference? Because as much as you showed everything there, I don't know, lifeguards and stuff, what's the difference in personnel? So what's the difference in yearly, operating cost from options 1, 2, 3, and 4? Maybe it was on there. Maybe I missed that.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, at this time we don't have the final operational cost that will be considered because we don't have the scope of the amenities that we need to give that final number. There is increased operational costs when you add amenities to the pool because we need to make sure that we are seeing those safety things. So lifeguards, you may have amenity attendants which are paid at a lower rate. So those pieces can be impacted when you add amenities to the pool. From option 1 to option 4, which was your question. Yeah. Again, to Brad's point, it's not that all of those things will be open at the same time, so we can kind of shuffle where our operational costs would go to.
So it may not be a huge difference.
Correct, yeah. So again, those operational costs, once we have the scope of work to which that we're working towards, I think that we'll be able to give a better operational understanding.
Isn't that also a bit of government mandated, like depending on sight lines and things for a number of lifeguards needed?
Yeah, the Life Saving Society will dictate where our lifeguarding patterns are on the pool deck. And so the amenities themselves might be outside of those lifeguarding rotations just so that they can focus specifically on that one amenity, such as a water slide. They will be at the top of the water slide and not roaming on the pool deck.
Okay, thank you. Okay. That's it for now.
Mr. Fleming, your light's still on? Okay. Just turn it on when you've got. Okay, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on the costing considerations. The increased cost of this project from the last time we talked about it are based on unknown risks and things that we consider might raise the cost, not necessarily known costs at this moment.
So through your worship, the Councillor Macon, the original cost of the $54 million, right, is a class 5 estimate. So that's basically was a square footage price of a 52,000 square foot pool. So now we've hired our project team, we've hired contractors and consultants and gone out and got estimates from these contractors and from major trades. So, and also looked at the site and the servicing and the grading. So we have a lot more information that we're working with right now, and that's kind of, and plus some of the uncertainty, obviously, and tariffs and that kind of stuff, right? So it's built into this cost now.
So how much do you think of these numbers is that built-in uncertainty? Did you guys like apply a percentage or any ideas on that?
It's a good question. I know that we've added a little bit of additional contingency, I think around 2 to 3%
Okay.
on materials, like labor isn't affected by tariffs.
Bigger than you normally would? A bigger contingency than you normally would?
Normally would with this IPD process or sorry, like the model that we're using. So we've factored that in. It's hard to say what some of the major trades and sub trades have included in some of the estimates that we've gotten. But
okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation. Ms. Kayla, is your last name Dow? How appropriate. You're the perfect person that should be doing this presentation. Wonderful. Okay, to my question. Mr. Joey, contingency, 2.2 to 3% for contingency, that seems very, very low. Because I assume that usually I see contingencies for somewhere between 5 to 15% for projects. So is there a reason why contingency is that low?
sure. So through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, I meant like 2 to 3% additional onto contingency that we're already carrying for the
additional
project.
on the contingency you already have.
We're not
Now
just
that
carrying
makes
2 to 3%.
sense. Okay, okay. Because that kind of scared me. Thank you. My second question is just, I was looking at option 2 and option 3, and I'm just wondering, the additional that we're introducing for option 3, does that take the life cycle, the replacement value further? So, for example, if the pool was supposed to be, last for 40 years, but with option 3, does it take that 40 years further to 45 years, for example, or no? I know it's a technical question, so...
I think she's asking if it extends the life expectancy.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, if I understand the court, you're asking, will this allow a longer useful lifespan as opposed to a building lifespan?
From option 1 to option 4, because go ahead.
So option 4 does not add any more life enhanced capacity to the aquatics piece, because that is option 4 is just adding the further connections to the actual site overall.
I'm specifically from option 2 to 3, those two. That's what
from 2 to 3, yes, it would. The addition of the 2 lanes to the lane pool would give us 10 lanes versus 8.
Right.
That provides greater flexibility from day one, but it also allows for additional growth. So an example of that would be, say, in 10 or so years, where we're getting, again, more pressure on our swim lessons at prime time and those types of things. It would allow us, obviously, a couple extra lanes, but it also, at this point, may allow us to actually operate 2 lanes for lane swimming while we do those other things. That's also added to from option 1 or 2, because we all actually have now separate actual basins that they can do additional swim lessons and programming in. So even though we're calling it a leisure pool, there's the opportunity even that way to allow for more lessons to be run there for younger kids versus having to do it in the lane pool. So those things all add a lot more flexibility in terms of growth, or being able to manage population growth for a longer period, particularly from 2 to 3.
So basically, it's adding capacity to help with growth, and it reduces the pressure of having to get a new pool sooner.
Through your worship, yes, that would be one of the goals there. And it does also, from day one, provide more flexibility about how to run our programs. So, for example, with the 10-lane pool, traditionally you go from shallow to deep. That's how a lot of the way you operate. This would actually allow us 25 lanes across the shallow end, so we could actually use that for younger kids while allowing other either lessons in the deep end for kids or for lane swimming or things. So it creates a much more flexible space for us.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Yes, thank you. Right at the end of the initial presentation, you referenced to accommodate tariffs and timing issues, I guess, due to tariffs. The tariff thing has happened within literally the last week, the financial impacts and the financial news on it. So, directed toward administration, I have what specific plans do you have as this evolves to accommodate the potential tariff impacts that I'm reading about in the media and the potential for things like recessions that I'm reading about in the media in the last 2 weeks? What is your contingency plan to deal with those things?
Sure. So through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so there's a few things. So unlike your typical project, like this integrated project delivery, so we've hired general contractors, trades, and consultants, all coming together through this design process. So that provides us the ability to get actual estimates from general contractors, to reach out to like the steel subtrade, which there's tariffs on steel, and other kind of major trades, and actually get estimates saying, you know, like an example would be the tile contractor. That's a big part of a pool. So we've been able to go out and get estimates from them saying, look, your work isn't going to happen until 2027. So take that into account, even escalations and stuff like that, right? So when we've gotten estimates from a steel contractor, that estimate includes the 25% tariff. Yes, they've come in, but we've kind of known that tariffs are that they were going to kind of be in place for this year. That was kind of a policy that the U.S. was looking at. So that's one thing, that we have better estimating, and we're able to reach out to those trades. Also, we're able to, again, look at different suppliers, I guess. Maybe, you know, are we able to buy material from Canada or equipment from Canada or from other regions to try to mitigate these tariffs? Also, I guess another thing is just, again, this model provides us maybe more flexibility with procurement timing. So looking at it, when is the best time maybe to procure some of this equipment? And again, can we mitigate the impacts that tariffs or, you know, the uncertainty that's occurring right now? So those are a few things. Like the project team is obviously well aware of tariffs and the economic uncertainty, and, you know, just trying to plan around that and trying to put in mitigation to deal with that.
When were the costs given to us in our report, overall costs, for example, option 2, 65 to 67 million? When did you garner those costs?
Those costs have all been garnered in the last month and a half.
And 7 days ago, the stock market was optimistic that this tariff thing would blow over. What would it take, and is it possible, to ask for comfort letters or some assurances from the suppliers that their opinion of a month ago is still valid, given the new reality of the tariffs and the evolving nature of them, I'm going to say on a daily basis?
So, yeah, I don't know if it's realistic to get a letter from them or insurance from them. I would say this is really the point of this is to go through the scope and then obviously give you the budget ranges, right? When we come back and ask for construction budget approval, we will have updated these estimates. We will have reached out to our contractors and trades once again to update those costs. So it's a continual process of, I guess, estimating and budgeting and to get to the, I guess we call it target value design, but to get to that, like once we have that budget, that's the team's goal, is to work
towards that budget with the scope of work.
Mayor Ketchel, I've got lots of questions on this. I'm going to rotate back in. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, you're next.
Yeah, thanks. On this current line of questioning, what percentage of the materials used in pool construction are going to have to be sourced from the U.S.?
Through your worship, to Councillor Nguyen, I don't have a percentage. I mean, lots of the major rooftop units and kind of mechanical systems and filtration systems are come out of the U.S. Steel, that kind of stuff comes out of the U.S. So some of those major elements, for sure.
Okay, but products such as tiles, I guess, are manufactured in Canada. It'd be nice to know what could be affected by this. And then, so what level of confidence do you have right now in the cost estimations given the economic state right now?
Through your worship, Councilor Nguyen, I mean, I feel like I have a high confidence level in the cost estimates. I mean, yes, there's a lot of uncertainty, but what it was based on previously, like I said, was a square footage price. We have now a over 400 line item budget broken down into all kinds of different disciplines. So, and like I said, just with having the different contractors and trades on board, I think where your typical process, maybe you're only dealing with architect or designers, right? I think having that input from actual contractors that will be doing the work provides more certainty. So it was definitely a mandate to the project team that, you know, we don't want to keep coming in and asking for more. So like I said, we'll go back and if whatever option is chosen today, if there's an option or direction given to us, the project's team goal will be to come back within that price range.
Right, thanks. And then just a short question further to that. How is the contract designed to safeguard the city from risks of cost escalation between the municipality and the general contractor?
Sure. So there's a few parts to that. So again, I keep touching on this integrated project delivery. So again, this is different where the city doesn't have a contract with a contractor, and then the city has a contract with an architect, and then like the contractors and architects don't have a contract together. So it's called a poly-party agreement. So all the major contractors and trades all sign the same agreement, and so they all share in the same risk and reward. So everybody's incentivized to, you know, if there's cost escalations, that goes into the contingency, and then it eventually goes into the profit. So all these major trades that have the biggest part of the project, like I said, are incentivized and share in the risk and reward for cost overruns or things that come up through construction.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that the city is 100% protected then because the risk falls with the poly parties.
Yeah, I just clarify just one thing. Yes, if there's cost overruns, it goes into the contingency and the profit, but the city is always, I guess, liable or would pay any hard costs if you ever got to a situation over that.
Okay, I can put you on for round two if
Okay.
you like, Councillor Nguyen.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, I'm next in the speaking order again. Two questions. So when I was reading the report, it talked about within these options, and there's so many options, it talked about a wave pool too. That would not be the intent, right? I thought I saw somewhere in there about wave.
Through your worship, yeah, no, wave pool is not being recommended in any of the options.
Okay.
There were some additional operational, also, Kayla maybe can elaborate on how it impacts the rest of the space more so than some of the other amenities.
Okay, I just wanted confirmation on that because I know when I was reading through it, I saw wave pool and then I was like, couldn't find it again. So the other question that I have, okay, so we're getting $5.7 million from Dow over, I don't know, the 5 years or something that this would be built. So how is that factored into this? So when you give us these prices, so originally you said it was $54 million. So that was a conversation I was hoping we'd have at some point in time. Did that mean we would go from 54 to 59.7 millions for the base project? Like, how are we factoring those dollars in?
Yeah, to your worship. With each of the options, the overall price cost is included. So, for example, with number 2, we put a range of $65 to $67 million. The 5.6, that approximately 5.6, we'll say at this time, because Dow is providing that money in US, and so over the course of the years, the exchange rate will potentially fluctuate. But that 5.6 has been used to deduct, or has been deducted from that overall cost, and that's what we'd be borrowing, and that's the actual debenture cost.
Okay.
So it has been factored in throughout all these cost estimates. Otherwise, the debenture and property tax impact would have been more if we didn't have that gift
Okay.
to take
So
advantage
then
of.
that's not what we're debenturing then, so it's actually less.
In Appendix 2, Appendix B, it shows the debenture cost under the overall costs.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you. My question is around the estimates cost that's been presented. Are those class 2 estimates? Because I see that on the RFD says that you're going to be coming forward to council in July with the remaining design budget. So do we expect to see these numbers change by July, or is this class 1?
So, through your worship, to Councillor Abatoye, I would probably at this time consider this class 2. That's kind of why we gave a range. We are still early on, like we're 2.5 months on, so there's still some uncertainty and some risk probably built into those cost estimates. But that's kind of why we gave this range.
Okay, so for class 2 estimates, you it's assumed that you have a plus or minus 10 to 25%. Do we expect to go that far, or because an additional 25% on this could be significant, right?
Right. Yeah, no, we don't anticipate to go another 10-25%. I would say that again, if whatever option is chosen today, the project team feels comfortable again with these cost estimates that we will be within that range when we come back to council for construction budget approval.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you. My second question is around the debenture. Are we able to get a moratorium from our lender? And what that means is, are we able to get, because council has been receiving emails from residents about, the debenture payments and seeing how we can extend it till the pool is open, and that's unlikely. But I guess it's kind of like a two-in-one question. Are we able to get a moratorium from our lenders such that we don't have to pay back for 1 year? I know banks do that for personal loans, so I don't know if that's a possibility with a municipality. And while the project is ongoing for 3 to 4 years or 5 years, however long it takes, I assume that all of that budget is not going to be used upfront, so it's going to be obviously in tranches. Are we able to get a moratorium for that loan?
Through your worship, I can't.
I'm sorry. My second part of the question is when do we expect to start to see that effects on property taxes for residents?
So to your first question, I can't speak directly to that, but I think one of the things that will happen in July is from now until then, our finance department will be working to try and get the best rate possible. That work has yet to be done. I was looking at some of the government loaning rates and stuff, and every 2 weeks it's continuing to fluctuate. So I think they're trying to understand when the best time is to lock in that borrowing. And I think Grant can speak to it more generally in terms of, to your point, we're not going to borrow the entire amount at once. It's going to be based much on the construction schedule.
Yeah, your worship, Councillor Abatoye. So as part of this process and part of the validation, we'll also get kind of a cash flow projection. So we'll know when we need to make those draws to be able to pay for things as they happen during construction.
Okay. Oh. Okay, quickly.
Thank you for your permission. So when do we expect to see, and I know it's going to be based on a lot of unknown things right now, but by the next property tax cycle, would residents expect to see that extra bump for the pool?
Through your worship, Councillor Abatoy, sorry, I neglected to mention that part. So much like last year, we brought forward a tax smoothing option that we decided to push out a year. We will probably be looking at that again for the 2026 budget and looking at that. Well, we'll have the additional clarity of a more developed schedule to know when the pool will open and when we'll realize those costs. And so we'll look to see how a proposal to smooth those taxes over the next coming years, whether that's starting in 2026 or after. I would just stress, based on the numbers that we see in front of us, though, that overall amount will have to be fully accounted for in the budgets for operations the day it opens. So if we wait longer to do it, it will be a larger increase in any year. So just something to be mindful of for these discussions.
No, I agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Questions?
So I just need to kind of understand, under option 2, this pool would come off the south side of the current DCC building, probably where the windows are with the Synergy Center, correct?
So the location, sorry, through your worship to Councillor Harris, the location that we're looking at is south of the soccer pitch.
What?
South of the soccer pitch, like south of that wall.
Okay, so it'd be stuck further to the west.
To the west, correct.
Southwest.
Yes. Okay.
So does that impact, when you talked about access into it, accessing through the, like I'm looking in the future, assuming it gets built, how that's going to impact, you know, you talked in the report in a couple of places about what that would mean in terms of having to move some things around in the building, possibly changing the location of the front desk and that sort of stuff. That's only under option 4, correct?
No, so through your worship to Councillor Harris, option 4 is site work that is not necessarily required for the aquatics facility. So that would be site work, creating a ring road in the northwest parking lot, kind of where Towncrest Road ties in to the parking lot, and then kind of you have to then drive through the parking lot to get to the main entrance and then out to 84th Street. Options 2 and 3 have site integration into the DCC, existing DCC, creating a new lobby and south entrance, and even option 1 has you're creating a new south entrance at the DCC. It's just more limited in the existing work in the DCC for the lobby.
So when we first designed the DCC, we designed it to be cost effective, and hence we put in a overland flow for stormwater management. So you got a superficial ditch that goes around the parking lot. So does that whole process change to in-ground stormwater piping as a site amenity improvement? Because you're going to have to create parking on that side of the building, right?
Correct. Yeah. So when we were looking at locations, that's definitely what we considered. And like you said, the whole site is surface drainage with the storm pond. So the existing storm pond location does not change, but the ditch leading to the storm pond in that southwest, yes, that would be filled in, and pipes would be installed so that you can install parking lots and stuff like that. When we did Torres Field, we added like storm system to the parking lot. So there's catch basins and storm pipe that then outlet into that ditch. So it would be similar to that.
Okay, so basically we end up with a new building south of the soccer pitch with access amenities and tied in some accessible manner into the existing building to make that efficient. That's kind of in option 2?
That would be in all the options. Or yeah, in all the options.
So all 4 options are in that same location.
They're all in the same location, and they all include, you know, additional parking for the pool, and all kind of on that southwest side.
Okay, I've got some more, but that answers.
Okay, I'll put you back on the list. Okay. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
You bet, thank you. Before I get back into the economic issues, page 82 of our package, it's under option 2 and impact of this option. The cost impact and administration has referenced higher operational costs due to various things. But I thought I heard at the initial presentation that these higher costs have not yet been estimated. Did I hear correctly? Or have these costs been estimated and built into the tax impact that you've given us in these presentations?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the operational costs won't be able to be fully fleshed out until that we have a scope of amenities to run those operational costs to. So we do have our operational cost that was given during the infrastructure service level review. And so we still are using those and then we will be adding or refining those operational costs when we come back for construction approval budget.
And through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'll just elaborate a little further too. When we say operational costs, this is something we've been working with our finance on. That includes the debenture repayment. And so that's where you'll see the most significant change to the operational cost. That's a reflection of the additional borrowing there. While the overall staffing cost is not insignificant, the fluctuation in terms of the capital and the interest rate will be one of the main drivers in terms of what those operational cost changes will be. Even if we have a few staff differences, it won't be near as much as 0.25% on interest or the difference in the millions of dollars between the capital.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, Brad. But the point, administration has recommended to council option 2. And that recommendation notes that there will be additional costs for staffing, utilities, chemicals, etc. But I think I'm hearing that you have not attempted to include any estimate whatsoever in the numbers we're given above, the annual costs for property taxes.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I think we don't have specific cost differences in like the pool operations on the staffing side built into each. Again, they're fairly small relative to the other factors we're looking in for operational costs, but we would address those, not only staffing costs, but actually our equipment and utility costs in July when we come back, because at that point we'll actually know which equipment goes in. They're doing some energy modeling, some other things that will give us a much more robust idea of what those costs are. But these are just high level estimates based on the information we have as today.
Okay. So this, based on what happens today, and I'm trying to get the process clear. So I'm going to speak for a second and then ask you to fill in the blanks. The process, as I understand it today, is you're asking council for a decision. And if in fact that decision is option 2, for example, you will then take that back and what happens? And please be clear so that I can understand the process. What happens between now and 3 months from now?
Sure. So through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so if, for example, you were to recommend option 2 today, we would take that back to the project team. And that way we can define the scope. We can say, these are the amenities that we are now including in the pool. So we're able to do design for those amenities, square footage wise, equipment wise, all that kind of stuff, right? So, and then this is the budget range that we have to work within. So over the next 3 months, the project team would continue on with design, continue refining the design, looking at structural, mechanical, electrical, civil, servicing, all that kind of stuff. While that work goes on, we continue to refine the budget and the estimates, and we create what's called a validation report. So that validation report is basically outlining your scope, your schedule, and your costs. And that's the whole project team then agrees that yes, we can build this for this cost. We come back and we ask for construction budget approval.
And at risk for the next 3 months is, I guess, should construction budget approval dictate that council needs to make a different decision, the at risk for the next 3 months is how many millions of dollars will we expend on consultants and meetings in the 3 months while we wait for the tariff thing to finally hit home. So what's the at risk for the next 3 months? That's my question.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. Yeah, so if I understand you right, correct. We would continue on and continue spending money on for the project team for design to get this validation report to come back.
Okay.
And how much would that be?
Oh, how much would that be? That's $2.5 million approximately.
In the next 2.5 months or 3 months, to be clear.
Sorry, so we've spent about 500,000 to 600,000 to date, so probably another 2 million-ish. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Mayor Katcher, of course, again, please.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen, you're up.
Apologies, I missed the mute button there. So I have a couple design questions, and I'll just fire them off on 3 of the features of the pool, and you can answer them. Is salt water being considered for the pool? And also, what's the topographical basin of the main lap pool? Is that going to be similar to Harbor Pool or the Millennium Place pool? And the third one is on deck space. What kind of area will there be around the competition pool for bleachers and dryland area in the proposed design?
3 questions. Hopefully you got them.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, would you mind reminding me what your second question was? I got the first one and the last one.
Oh, it's just I guess the topography of the main lap pool basin. Is that going to be proposed similar in design to Harbor Pool, where it steps up to a shallower area, or would that be something similar to Millennium Place, which is kind of a concave bottom?
So through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, at this point in time, we are looking at a filtration system with our contracted team. We are also looking at different ways to do for disinfection. Right now, we're budgeting for what's called an electrolysis system. So it does use salt to make the chlorine, but it's made behind the scenes, and then the pool water wouldn't taste like salt, but it's just a different way to get the chlorine in the water. As for the topography of the main lap pool, this pool is a standalone basin. So it would be for option 2 is a 8-lane lap pool. And the scoping that they're looking at right now for design would be shallow and then go to deeper water in the one end. With option 2, there's a diving board in there, so we need to have certain depths in the deep water for that diving board, as well as the drop slide needs to have certain depths in the deep end. So I believe right now it's 1,200 millimeters is the shallow end depth, and then going down to I think it's 3.5 meters. As for your last question,
sorry if I can just interject.
Yep.
Oh, I was going to say, is that? Oh, nuts. Would that be the same with option 4 or a 10-lane pool?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, that is correct. At this point in time, we've recommended option 2, but yes, if we were to add an additional 2 lanes, that would be also considered in that same sloping pattern. And then to answer your last question, the deck space around that competitive pool. So we've looked at Swimming Canada and the aquatics, the international standards for competitions. So we are considering this pool a conventional pool, which means that it's not necessarily going to be used for provincials. You need a 50-meter lane pool to do that. So we would have the appropriate space around and bleacher area so that we could view competitions at a regional level.
Okay, thanks. And how much would that space be, like between the wall, windows, and the edge of the pool? Like what would a measurement look like for the building pocket around there?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, I believe that it's about 3 meters on the pool deck part of it, and then there's a bleacher, which is additional space to that 3 meters.
Okay, I can put you back on for round
Great,
4.
thank you.
That's 4 questions.
All right.
Okay. Let's see, where am I? I'm down to Councillor Blizzard.
How much more for Olympic size? No, I'm just kidding. Just thought I'd get us all laughing. We're getting pretty deep. But so with these cost estimates, is that more like the maximum amount? Like we're not looking at, going much over those? So if we said option 3, we would be in there. If necessary, we'd look at cutting something back. Or, I mean, isn't there an option even, okay, we've got room for the big slide, but we just won't put it in now? I mean...
Yes, so through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, correct.
Okay.
Like, we'd go back with these ranges and yes, if there had to be maybe some kind of decision that we'd have to cut or something that future, like that's kind of the theory behind this model. And you kind of maybe even could have some like wish list items. So if you're able to drive down costs or whatever else like that, maybe you could,
And I know we've had a lot of questions around this, but I think we're all looking for assurance that we're not coming back and going, let's do whatever, 2, oh wait, it's going to be 95 million. So I think we're all, it sounds like, looking for that. And the other question I have is, are we looking at, I don't know if grants apply because this is more of a wish, but, grants, donations from the community. Because I actually talked to someone recently and said, hey, we're building, a pool. And they said, well, talk to us. So
through your worship to Council Blizzard, one of the things that we have on our work plan is to look at going out for sponsors, whether that's for capital support or even just for naming rights for different pieces within the pool that could actually help offset some of the operational costs over the length of that kind of sponsorship. What we'd like to do is actually get to the point we have a design to share before we do that. Just again, we can start to try and have those conversations now, but at this point, there's not a lot of clarity we can provide in exactly what it will be until we have that kind of further scoping and I think a little closer to being able to say the council has approved this project versus we have approved design, but we're not sure if it's going to be built yet. So we're trying to balance those two things in terms of how we engage the community.
Yeah, and once we go out with that, if we're doing debentures or whatever, we're getting the money, we're only getting a piece of it. So maybe piece number 2, we don't need all of it, or some less than what we thought because we've got some more donations coming in, right?
And through your worship, Councillor Blizzard, in terms of grants, yes, that's something the team's been tasked with overall to be looking for those opportunities. Some of it's dependent again on the systems we look at, whether they create efficiencies or not. We'd have to have that all fully fleshed out to see what we're actually even eligible for. So that would be the other piece.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor.
Sorry, Your Worship. Just before we move on, for Councillor Burgett's sake, just to pick up from our last round of questioning, if that's okay. This was sent to me in several parts, so I'll probably have to jump around a bit. So I think I said the debt limit was based on annual revenue. It's based on the total debt limit a municipality can incur is based on 1.5 times of its annual revenue. And then the amount that a municipality can spend on debt servicing is capped at 25% of its annual revenue. So right now, these are based on calculations that were just done a few minutes ago. So our Based on legislation, our debt limit would be 149 million. And then our internal limit, so we've set an internal debt limit by policy through council policy of 75% of that, which would be around 111 million. And our current amount of debt that's outstanding, I believe, is at 19.4 million. So we're at 13% of our legislated limit. I don't have the calculation of what percentage we're at of our internal limit.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, I think I was going to Councillor Harris. Thank you for that.
Looking at the debenture here, so we're financing this thing right now. And up to what point do we finance that through our internal budget, our internal capital budget? And when do we pull the trigger to actually go out, assuming that, council has to approve it and we have to do all the stuff potentially today. And you continue your work in relation to design and all the stuff that ultimately has to get down to getting down to some pretty close estimates before you go out to tender. But when do we pull the trigger to actually float a debenture? You just touched my.
Sorry, through your worship, there's a couple of things. One, the 5.4 million that's been approved is somewhat unique because it's actually just coincidentally fairly close to the amount that was donated by Dow for the Dow naming rights. So I believe our strategy with that one was it would be taken out on a line of credit and we could pay that back within the next couple of years as the Dow money is granted to us over the next, I think it was 2 years or so. In terms of when we would start incurring cost beyond the $5.4 million that's already been approved, I would need to ask our engineers to provide comment on that.
I think beyond the 5.4 would be probably into the start of construction, early in that start of construction, probably into next spring. We might start seeing some of those as we finish off design. Working through that 5.4, and then as we get into construction, we'd be into that next round of when we need to start actually pulling money.
Okay, so we can internally finance some of the overall planning and kind of initiation costs, but when we pull the trigger, we're going to ultimately have a pretty tight number for the project, and ultimately that would be what we would apply to the Municipal Finance Corporation for a total amount, and then we can take draws as we go forward, correct? And then ultimately pay those back over time.
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, so ultimately the impact, and I think somebody asked the question earlier, the impact on taxes, ultimately we would not have the full impact of the 57.9 million under option 2 in your Appendix B. For quite some time, and that would be probably at the point when the project is pretty much finished, I would imagine. Is that a rule of thumb? Because I think there were some concerns and whatnot. What does that impact to taxes in relation to when we start actually putting it on to the mill rate from that standpoint?
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, I think generally speaking, that's correct. There'd be some timing of when you start paying back and when that first payment is, but in general sense, it'd be right at the end of construction, basically, is when your full draw would happen.
Yeah, so by that point in time, we would have resolved all the issues relative to tariffs and costs and and whatnot, and ultimately that's part of the information that we continue to provide to the public as to what the project is, where it is, what it's costing, all that sort of stuff, and so there is a communication protocol for that I would imagine you're working on. Or will work on at some point in time?
Yeah, through worship to Councillor Harris. Yeah, I think absolutely. And I'll just kind of add on a little bit to what Grant had mentioned, just because our finance colleagues have given me a little additional information related to Councillor Abatoy's question about the moratorium. So as you describe it, I don't believe that is what we would see from our lenders. What they believe would happen is we would make our debt again, and it might be multiple borrowing instead of just the whole amount all at once.
Yeah.
But what would they anticipate would happen based on previous experience is we would only actually pay the interest until the building is complete. So we wouldn't be paying the full cost of the capital And it's when that is complete, then we would have to start making the interest as well as the principal payments at that point.
So that's like a bridge financing arrangement from that standpoint. Good. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Macon. You're still on round 2. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My question was actually just a quick question about the aquatic survey. I'm not sure if I've seen it yet, but are those results being shared with the public, or have they already been? Because I did have a question about when they would see that. If I've missed it.
Through your worship, through to Councillor Macon, this is public. It's out in the public now. It's listed in the council agenda on the internet. So
Have like an actual like media campaign to put it out and put a link to it or anything like that, or we just direct people to, where would we direct people to? I'm assuming not go to the council agendas on this day and find the report.
So following the, whatever council's decision is today, we will likely put out a news release or some sort of communication to the public at that point in time.
Okay, including the aquatic survey results. Okay,
Correct.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're on to round 3. Okay. So, oh yeah, we're only on to round 3. 7. Yeah, that's only 14 of you. So I guess the question that I have, and we keep coming back to what the cost is going to be for residential household. So for option 1, we went out and said it's $232 to $237. And option 4, it's $255 to $260. Does that take into account any of the future growth revenues that we're going to that we know we're going to get? I mean, when you put on 500 units and you know, industrial projects and that, does it take into account any future?
Through your worship, no, we've indicated that we have not taken account of any of that. Again, throughout this process, I think administrations try to be very conservative of trying to assume certain things other than you know, what could be the full cost that may fall onto taxpayers. And so that, again, as we go forward and when we get to that eventual full boring, we'll have a lot more information because we will have a further forecast of what revenues look like for the city. So for example, right now, we've used kind of an apples and apples comparison of what we presented in like the underlying assumptions from what we did from the tax smoothing. But as we get to July, we will now have more information, which would include the most recent full year for property tax in terms of the make sure I get this right. Yes, it's a complete 2024 year in terms of additional houses, what the average property cost is. So these numbers will continue to get refined right up to the point where we have to kind of lock it down, and we'll continue to add that new information. And like I said, there are some significant ones depending on what happens with interest rates and those types of things, so that we'll have to just make a decision at a certain point of what that kind of borrowing would look like, and then we'll provide the most up-to-date information we can at that time that reflects some of those things.
Okay, and I only asked that question because when the Dow Center was built, I think my first tax bill was like $135, and it was a separate line item. And then over the years, it just decreased as growth came on. So I think it was down at the end, it was about 25 or 30 bucks. It was really nothing. And that's why I asked that question, because we get people, you know, those who maybe didn't support it, maybe don't understand that this doesn't include one iota of growth, you know, beyond this. And I guess that's just a concern that I have, because we know what will get published. So that's okay. So as long as we're of the understanding it doesn't include any growth dollars beyond what's in this year, and not even including this year. Okay, that's what I want to be clear on. Okay, let's see, back to my list. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to the subjects of operating impacts. So I'm coming back to the RFD and where you have the amounts. So for example, for options 3, it says that the property tax increase will be $249 to $255 annually. So I'm assuming that will be the debenture cost. I'm sorry, that's the impact of the debenture, but it doesn't include like just staffing and everything. And you had mentioned earlier that a significant portion of this project, in terms of the operating part of it, is the debenture payments, right?
So through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, no, that is not just the debenture. That is the full property tax impact for operating the facility, staffing, everything else, as well as the debenture payment. So that is the full in cost.
So that's everything.
Yes.
Okay, but a question has been asked a few times about what's the operating budgets for this project, and there was no number given.
Sorry, through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, yes, we haven't further refined the details of the actual like pool operations piece in terms of the utilities and those types of things. But we do, as Kayla had mentioned, we do have the original operating budget that we did as part of the review to help get us that initial costing. So I believe it's in the report is approximately, actually bear with me, I have it right here.
You know what? It's not that important. I just thought that number was just the debenture payment. So you're saying it includes everything, not just okay. So that's
the pool operations is from the original review, because that's the cleanest number I can give you, was approximately $3.2 million for just the operations. Sorry, and that's the operations. This number also includes the expected revenue we would get as well. So the number is basically our expenses, our revenues, and then the difference is what we're using as our operational number of around 3.3 or 3.2 million, give or take.
Okay.
And again, that'll be further refined for the July.
Okay, all right. Thanks for clarifying that. My second question is just around the costs benefits analysis that was done when you were considering the option to bring forward before council. So because I look at option 2 and option 3, and the financial difference is 3 million. So did you do a SWOT analysis, a cost benefit analysis to determine that option 2 will be the best option, considering what's been added on option 3? You know, you're getting the original competitive aspects and the wellness and the capacity. So what kind of cost benefit analysis was done to bring forward option 2 as the recommendation before council today?
I'll start maybe at a very high level. One of the first things we did was consider what the original project scope was and the base program, and the fact that there was a reference to some leisure amenities, but that was not clear. So looked at that and said, what is kind of the basic that would meet the let's say what was intended from the initial base program. That's essentially option 1. Mm-hmm. What wasn't in there from what we did the review would have been the parking lot and those other types of things, because that was very much focused on helping us get to where's the pool going to go, because that was one of the outstanding questions, Harbor Pool, DCC, and then furthermore, now it's at the DCC, where does it go from there? So we've got that additional information, so that's kind of been factored in. And then a huge chunk, which Kayla can speak more to, is we had a review in the review, there was regional comparators about what's available in terms of amenities in the surrounding area. And then in addition, we kind of did the further work of visiting other facilities and talking to new builds. And that kind of gave us what we felt fairly comfortable was, what is the modern expectation or approach to a pool? And that's essentially where we landed with option 2. Like, that is a pool that you could expect to see almost in any new community. And it might not be the same size and scope or whatever, but we visited Drayton Valley, we visited Wetaskiwin. These are towns under 10,000 people or approximately. They offered the very similar things. They had a lazy river, they had slides. So that was a package we felt very comfortable with. And we also felt that that base program could be customized even further to address some of those future growth needs, to enhance the amenities piece. So, and then obviously we considered budget. So with those further amenities to meet that modern standard came increased costs. And so that's kind of where we tried to balance, what can we add to get to that modern piece? What does that cost? When we go to option 3, I think there's some things in there that you're not going to necessarily see in every amenity, but there are some things that are definitely trending, like cold plunges are becoming much more standard. We're hearing that through the work. The Ninja Cross was a new piece of equipment there's only 2 in Western Canada. It was one of those things that provides a unique amenity here, which we felt added value from the perspective of keeping people here. So we're not doing a wave pool, so people may leave to go to another community to use that amenity. This is an amenity that might keep people here and might draw people here. So those were some of the things. And then of course the 10 lane it gave us the longest or the most likely being able to meet the long-term needs of the community with that additional couple lanes to do that. So at a high level, that's kind of the cost balance.
Right. So you didn't think there was enough value for you to recommend option 3 for $3 million, for the cost of $3 million?
Through your worship to Council, I wouldn't say there's no value. There was a lot of conversation about which recommendation, but we felt we met the needs of what the review asked for and what was a modern. We wanted to provide council with the option to determine what the service level they wanted for this community.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor Catcher. One quick question, and then I'll wait for comment and debate. Over what term would we normally borrow? 25 or 30 year, I'm assuming. And what interest rate did you use for your budgeting purposes?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, talking with finance, 30 years was the term, and I believe it was 5.07% interest rate.
Okay, well, let's keep our fingers crossed because the trend has been dropping here recently. So let's see how it goes. Thanks, Brad.
What's your last question? Nope, just a second. Okay.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, I was asking Councillor Kelly if he was, okay.
She did look.
Okay, okay, I'll go to Councillor Blizzard.
No more questions, but I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. I'll let you make your motion, but then we'll wait for Councillor Abatoye to come back in the room.
Before the motion?
You can make the motion and you can speak to your motion.
I make a motion that council direct administration to proceed with option 4, enhanced aquatic features and long-term site improvements for the Dow Centennial Center aquatics validation and design. And in speaking to that, there's a few reasons why I went with 4 versus the recommended 2. Probably the top one, which just, well, blew me away, I guess, when I looked at it, there was a $25 difference between on our tax increase for the residents from option 1 to option 4. Now that may change yet, hopefully for the better, but $25 to get, the Cadillac version, I think is a good deal for us. With pools, when you build a pool, it's not like we can, after the fact, I guess it's possible, but it would cost a fortune to knock out a wall, put in extra amenities. So I think we need to go with what we want right away. Parking space, I've been at the Dow many, many times where it is tough to find a space when the theater's full, when it's dance season, when there's a hockey game on. Now we're going to add swim teams. We're going to add recreational swimming. There will be some swimming competitions. I just see parking is going to be a huge issue and access. So the road, I didn't quite get how it was designed, but adding a road and some extra parking is going to be vital for people attending there. And actually what you said at the end was, option 2 is, we'll get the pool everyone else has. Option 4 is we're going to make it our pool. We're going to have some special features that'll be special for Fort Saskatchewan. And I firmly believe we've had the harbor pool now for 40 years, around there, 40 some years. It's been there as long as I've been here. And I think it's time for a new one and something more special. The harbor pool has seen its day. It has lots of nice features. People loved some of the different things. So when I hear, the, whatever you're talking, the ninja type thing, it's popular now. I think we'll see that in use. So I think all of those features are going to add up to a pool the community will use and be proud of.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now on for debate. So Councillor Blizzard's motion was to go with option 4. So that's for discussion and debate. Councillor Macon, you're next.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion. This is the type of facility that we can't really change once it's built. And I do believe that option 4 is a wonderful facility that meets the needs of the community and meets a wide range of interests and ages and needs. I also do believe that we should be addressing the ring road and the parking while we do this project at the same time. I think that makes infinite sense. I don't think that we will regret doing that, but I think that we definitely could if we don't incorporate it. So I'm interested to see what the rest of council has to say, but at this time I do support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Honestly, I was gonna go with option 3, but this I think is even a better plan because of the parking, the extra parking that this will provide. So I definitely support this. Just for again, when I look at the cost impacts, it comes down to maybe $2 to $3 a month per home, which I think is not a lot. And I do understand that there's a lot of uncertainties with tariffs and everything that's going on, but we've also heard from administration that we wouldn't be seeing that impact so quickly, you know, just to address the issues that have been raised by residents about, you know, the uncertainties that we're going through right now. So definitely support this motion because of, you know, we're going to be putting our community in a place where it's unique because it's going to bring more people to this community. And I've had conversations with just various people and including seniors who have said that we need to make it our own. We need to make it good enough for people to want to come here, you know, because when people come here, it makes our economy thrive because they will visit our businesses and support our businesses. Yeah, I think that's the impact is minimal compared to everything else. And I do want to acknowledge that this is such a significant project, and I know that not everybody supports it, but we've also seen that majority of our community wants to see this pool move forward. As the council member on Youth Council, I know that every time I talk about the pool, there's so much excitement around the table. And I'd mentioned to them I was going to talk about it when I come to council to speak on the pool. So thank you, Councillor Blizzard, for bringing this forward. Honestly, I was going to go with option 3, but I think option 4 is even much better. And also thank you to administration for all of your hard work. I know it's not been easy, you know, getting grilling questions from council. Appreciates your responses every single time. And yeah, I definitely support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. There was a question around the future growth, and I don't think anybody, and in particular myself, assumes that Fort Saskatchewan is not going to grow. I will, as an accountant, count on the chickens once their eggs have actually hatched. So the Dow expansion, and no disrespect to Dow, I sincerely wish them luck, and I hope that it happens because it's extremely positive for Fort Saskatchewan. I do have concerns about the current economic environment and the erosion of, thankfully, our carbon tax regime. So hopefully that plant will continue to construct on schedule. The tariff thing is an evolving issue. It's happened. We know that Donald Trump was elected. The stock market actually was up after Donald Trump was elected, and it continued up for a period of days or weeks. And it has only been in the last week where it's crashed, and it's crashed hard, and there's no end in sight. I read business news on a daily basis. Globe and Mail, Financial Post are publishing articles by various authors warning of the risk of a recession. We know that our community, somewhere around 40% of our community live paycheck to paycheck. Based on my reading of the last few days, I'm led to believe, based on comments from mayors made in southern Alberta, I'm led to believe that the school taxes are going up 20% or more on this year's billing. Municipalities have had increases. We know in our community that utility rates are going up, and we know why. And yet, 40% of our citizens approximately live paycheck to paycheck. And I'm not convinced that 40% that live paycheck to paycheck are the ones that are going to use this very nice pool. And I'm not, I know I've spoke for the last 3 years against a pool. I'm not against a pool. I need to make that clear. I am against spending for what we don't need. And all the bells and whistles are absolutely great. I'm 72 or will be soon 72 years old, and I've never owned a Cadillac. Why? Because I just don't want to spend the money for it. It's not worth it. The tariff thing is an evolving matter. It's happening quickly. I did not expect administration to have answers that would allay my concerns. I was a bit concerned with the administration comments. It gave the impression that they have it under control. I'm not saying they said that, but it certainly could have given that impression. And nobody has it under control. We do not know how this will evolve. The President of the United States is elected for 4 years, and we're only into about the end of month 3. There's no indication from him or the U.S. government that they're prepared to change their tack. So the positive of this is, in my opinion, is that we're now, our builders and our suppliers are now, I'm sure, a little more aware of the potential tariff impacts. And we're going to go to them and get a firmer price estimate, presumably firm, I don't know, by within 3 months to come back to council. That's going to cost us another $1.5 million or $2 million to firm this up. But I consider that to be probably money well spent. It buys us a little bit of breathing room. It'll be interesting to see what type of contract or contracts come back to protect the interests of the citizens of Fort Saskatchewan on this very, very expensive project. I would like to think that when it comes back in 3 months' time, that administration and myself will be much better acquainted with the impact of tariffs and what they will mean to Fort Saskatchewan going forward. Because the tariffs have not only the impact on this current construction, they also have the potential to impact our operating costs. They have the strong potential of impacting household operating costs, things such as food and clothing. So back to our 40% that live paycheck to paycheck. I'm not at all convinced that we're giving those people due consideration when we talk about how nice it would be to have a Ninja wall. And I watch Ninja on TV all the time. I absolutely think it's fantastic. But does that mean the community should spend money to have one in a community? We should in a community of 30,000 people. I really don't think so. I'm sorry, I just don't think so. So I'm gonna vote no, because I don't think we need option 4. I look forward to more detailed analysis and more detailed numbers when this comes back in 3 months. I believe option 4 will probably pass, so there will be no excuse for not having a budgeted operating cost and other costs tossed into this equation so that we have a much better idea of the total impact over the next 20 or 25 years. I just note also, I don't recall in the prior 3 years any discussion about the millions of dollars it would take to bring the Dow site up to speed so that we could put a pool there. That wasn't, to my I may have missed it. I don't recall it. Because I'm still not convinced that the pool should be at that Dow. As we continue to grow as a community, sooner than later, I firmly believe we're going to be at 50,000 people. And we're going to have one site in our community that hosts everything. And that creates all kinds of issues, and I'm not convinced it's the best decision. Anyway, I appreciate the conversation. I look forward to a better understanding of the impact of tariffs within 3 months. And let's keep our fingers crossed that the tariff issue goes away sooner rather than later, and that we're not actually into a recession this time next year. So anyway, thank you, everybody, and let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Councillor Harris.
So thinking back to the genesis of this project, I wasn't supportive of doing this at all. I don't think we need it. If we were about 45,000, I thought it made a lot of sense at that point in time. And my feeling was we would eventually, as we grow, need 2 aquatic facilities in the community. A growing community would probably be able to support it. Certainly see that in other communities, like what happened in Sherwood Park over time. So my feeling was to retrofit and totally upgrade and to venture a good project upgrade Harbor Pool, because we'd already sunk a bunch of money into the front end, into the change rooms. So that's just going to be wasted money now. And so that was what I felt at the time. At the beginning, we started these conversations about a pool. But obviously, my thinking has evolved. The community told us very certainly that they did want to see something of this magnitude coming forward. And so I think administration's done a lot of good work to date. You've got a hell of a lot more work to do, obviously. And so obviously I probably wouldn't have considered what Councillor Blizzard has brought forward, but in the interest of advancing our community forward, notwithstanding the financial pressures that exist now, that may moderate over time, I hope, I'm prepared to support option 4, support the motion as it's being presented. It's a question of need and want. Like, I could care less about a Ninja Cross course, the suspended thing. That seems silly to me, quite frankly. I'd build it right and build it once. And we're facing a discussion coming up very shortly about the fire hall, and that's my feeling about the fire hall too. Build it right, build it once, and we can evolve into it. We will evolve into this type of structure over time, and I was fully of the opinion that we were going to have to improve the amenities to access this site. It's terrible. I'm at the Dow every day for a good chunk of my morning. And there are days, especially when the judo tournament was on last Saturday, that I got the last parking spot on the one side of the building, and it was jammed. I didn't want to walk around to the other side. Like, that would mean walking. And who wants to walk at a fitness facility? Anyways, long story short, I didn't support this to begin with, but my mind has changed. Our community has indicated that. I know there are still people that will think it was stupid for us to do this. But you know what? You got to make a decision. You got to be accountable. So I'll support option 4.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. I was taken back by it to start with, and I thought, okay, option 2. It's a good option. I probably could have supported option 3, and then I was like, well, the roads could be done in 5 years when this pool actually opens. I too am of the opinion, if you're going to build something, build it right the first time. And I know I've heard the conversation before with the other project that we're talking about building. Well, you could expand on it, or you could do this after the fact. But I guess I look at it and I say, why are we expanding after the fact? Because City Hall was built and then it was supposed to be expanded on, and we do that constantly. So it's a lot of dollars, but as Councillor Harris said, I hope we have the same mindset when it comes to our discussion on May 13th about the fire hall, because if that was the difference between going with option 2 or option 3 on the fire hall, that I had to give up money from this project to get a better project that's going to save people's lives, then I would not vote for option 3 or 4. I wouldn't vote for the extra money. So I'm just saying that. I'm really hoping that people have a lot of thought about this as they go forward when I hear people say, build it right the first time, because this is a lot of money. You know, and I just want to share a little story with you. When I became the mayor, my first mid-sized cities was up in Grand Prairie, and we got to take a tour of their recreation facility that they were building. And it was a huge pool, it was 2 arenas, it was a gym facility, and it was 2 soccer things, and it was $99 million. And our mouths all dropped because it was $99 million. So that's about 13 years ago. So when you look at the cost escalation of what that facility would cost now, it would be unfathomable to even think about that. You know, when we start talking about these projects, how many years ago, the cost escalation, they say $5 million a year is what we're going to see if we don't start building these projects and get them done right. So I will support this, but I just hope it's not at the cost of doing the fire hall right. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a brief question for Kayla and Brad. I mentioned just about the deck space, and the reason I'm concerned about that is just to be able to accommodate what I used to call winter swim club. Right now we have a summer swim club, and I'm sure we're going to get a year-round competitive swim team in Fort Saskatchewan when this pool is built. Millennium Place, I believe, has something similar to 3 meters setback from the wall, the building envelope around the competition pool. So is that some sort of assurance, and maybe just a quick comment, Kayla, as you're an expert in this area, on the benefits of having that proper deck, bleacher and dry land space, and being able to incorporate that into the design.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, this is a big conversation point that we're having with the design team to make sure that we can host those competitions and do so efficiently. So definitely the deck space is being considered around that lap pool to make sure we can accommodate not only the swimmers, not only the judging, but also to make sure that we have spectator viewing of that space as well.
That's excellent. Thank you. And thanks for looking into that. I know it's going to develop a lot of future athletes in Fort Saskatchewan, and having that is great for those teams and clubs. Like I don't have too much to mention on this right now. I think between option 1 and option 4, it's about $30 difference in property tax dollar value per residence. I think the city of Fort Saskatchewan has spoken. This is the product of democracy, and we're listening to them right now. I've waited maybe 20 years for something like this, and definitely enjoyed Harbor Pool in the meantime. I think the more features and amenities a pool can have in it, the more accommodating it is. And the more it's going to be used for an active lifestyle by a diverse demographic of individuals who live in and around Fort Saskatchewan. So I think we're doing a service by going with this option. I'm very, very happy to support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, did you have another comment? Go ahead.
Thank you. Just the one thing I forgot to say earlier was, I remember when we did the pool plebiscite in 2017. I remember the cost being $45 million. Now that today the costs have almost doubled, you know, and if we're to wait another few years, I won't be surprised if it's $100 million. So I think this is the perfect time to be doing this. now, and really it's short-term cost for long-term community benefits, and I think that's also work has gone into it, and I think it's just time to pull the trigger. I know it's going to be tough, a hard pill to swallow because it's a lot of money, but I think that's doing it right, option 4 is just the perfect thing to do right now, and that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard on close. You have to push your button.
Mayor Catcher, my apologies, but I signed in late. You might not have it yet.
Okay, go ahead then. I don't see you on here, but go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and my apologies. I want to address a couple of the comments. Things will always cost more in the future than they cost today. That's a given, that's a granted. That's what actually keeps an economy strong. I do believe firmly, and this comes from 40 years as an accountant, that you don't overinvest in depreciable assets, because before you even open the door, they're starting to depreciate. And in 25 or 30 years from today, we will have another council who will say, "Man, that building's 35 years old. We need a new and a better one." So overbuilding it didn't add to the lifespan. You build for what you need, and as society changes and our communities grow, we will build again. But you don't overbuild and you don't overpay for depreciable assets. This is not an investment. This is a depreciable asset. And I think we need to be aware of that. Anyway, I know how the vote's going. And again, I stress, I'm not against a new pool. I don't fathom $240 million present value cost for what I know to be a minority of the citizens of Fort Saskatchewan that actually use the facility. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard on close.
By everyone's statements, it looks like this will go through. So I look forward to seeing this come back with more detailed designs in the future. And I think this is an exciting period. Yes, there's going to be costs, but I think this will be a good thing.
Okay, thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried 6-1. And now we're going to have a break. So it's 5:23. I'm going to say let's come back at 5:40. We can use a reasonable break. 5:40.
Is there a mic in the camera after?
Okay, it's 5:40. I'll call the meeting back to order. We'll return from recess. And the next item that we have is curbside waste education. Sadie Miller and Sophie.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. My name is Sadie Miller, Director of the Utilities and Sustainability Department, and with me today is Sophie Ango, the Waste Program Supervisor. We are here today to update Council on the city's Green Cart program and propose a curbside waste education program in 2025 to help reduce contamination in the organic stream. The city's Fort Sask Waste program was introduced citywide in the spring of 2018, encouraging residents to separate organic materials from their recyclables and landfill waste. For the first 2 years of this program, curbside education was conducted to help the community understand the difference between garbage, organic, and recyclable materials. In May of last year, excess contamination was found in green carts collected as part of a city waste audit, and our collection contractor echoed these findings once again in December. Last month, the city's primary organics processing facility indicated that Fort Sask green cart materials were too contaminated and could not be accepted without the material being pre-processed first. Over 18,000 tons of organic materials have been diverted away from regional landfills since the Fort Sask Waste program began in 2018. Materials collected from green carts are sent to a processing facility where they are turned into a nutrient-rich compost that is spread on agricultural fields or sold to the public and landscaping companies as a soil amendment. More and more non-organic materials are being sent to composting facilities from Fort Saskatchewan green carts. Proper sorting of materials is a difficult rule for the collection contractor and administration to enforce because the materials remain hidden until the cart's contents are emptied into the truck. Since the last curbside waste education program was conducted in 2019, sorting requirements have primarily been communicated through media such as newspaper ads, utility bill inserts, social media posts, and campaigns on the Fort Sask Waste app. Contaminants such as reusable cloth bags, tire rims, plastic garbage bags, and various recyclables have been documented in organics loads in the past couple weeks, as shown in the photos before you here. Although some contamination is the result of uncertainty about what is and is not accepted as organics, it is suspected that some households are deliberately using their green cart for extra garbage on a regular basis. This not only undermines the efforts of those properly sorting, but can affect the long-term financial and environmental sustainability of the Fort Sask Waste program as well.
To your worship and fellow councillors, a successful organic waste program is one that is resilient and does not depend on a contractor to determine contamination and cleaning fees. It has good quality material that can produce high quality compost to then be introduced onto farmlands as fertilizer to grow local crops and enhance the circular economy within the region. Organic waste that is composted does not produce methane like in the landfill, and methane is about 30 times stronger than carbon dioxide at trapping the heat in the atmosphere. A successful organic waste program allows the entire community to contribute to the broader sustainability of our systems. And in order for us to get there, we need to reduce contamination. Administration is proposing to bring back the curbside waste education program this year with some minor tweaks to rapidly deal with the organic contamination. We are proposing to have 2 educators that will go cart to cart to check organic contamination between the months of May to August. They will provide a tailored feedback based on what they see, whether it's a thank you for properly sorting, recommendations for improvements, or cart rejection for severe contamination. From the 2018 and 2019 program, majority of households received feedback and improved, and only a select few were repeat offenders. This program will be one of the methods to help with contamination, along with further social media messaging and education from staff. Administration plans to collaborate with our contractor and processor to monitor progress and ensure that contamination is indeed reducing. We are recommending for a one-time $50,000 in 2025 to fund the Curbside Waste Education Program. This will include the 2 students' wages, training, and outreach supplies. By bringing back this program, we can start taking action towards the increasing contamination that is being flagged by the processor and ensure our rates remain consistent. We recommend that Council approves a one allocation of $50,000 to implement a curbside waste education program in 2025 to be funded by the Utility Operating Projects Reserve.
Okay, we will get into questions. Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Macon, questions?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the presentation. You can feel free to start at my house where my 17-year-old son argues with me constantly about what goes in that bin. My question is like to your repeat offenders and the people who are just intentionally using it, have we ever done or considered taking their green bin away? Have we ever gone to that extreme where, you know, we've stickered them a couple times, they're just blatantly disregarding it, they don't care, they're not going to participate. So rather than have that actually go into the system, we just say, okay, well then we just take the card away.
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, we did utilize that approach when we were doing curbside audits in 2018 and 2019. We did work in collaboration with municipal enforcement, but when the municipal enforcement presence wasn't making a difference, we did suspend collection, and our waste bylaw does allow us to do that.
Do you know how many households that we've had to do that for? And do they have the ability to come back and, I guess, reapply or get it back, or has that actually happened?
Through your worship, we suspended in my memory was 3 houses between 2018 and 2019, and they all were able to regain that service back.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
That's interesting. So did they learn? Do we still monitor those 3 houses? I'm not kidding. Like, you know, if they've done and they've actually sabotaged, we should be keeping an eye on those ones closer, even just sporadically.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, as capacity allows, we do still touch base with those properties, but it is on a less frequent basis.
Okay. And you know, Canada's a big country and small population. Europe is a small area and a huge population. And I know there, some of the countries have fines if you actually contaminate stuff or put stuff in garbage that could be recycled. Maybe that's the way of the future. I don't think it's something we can do at the moment, right?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, the waste bylaw does allow us to pursue fines if needed, but we do think that an education first approach always has a long-term and widespread effect.
Okay, and I would just suggest a tire in a bin. There's not much education needed, but anyway, and how do you see what's deeper in a bin if they're just walking around? Because I've seen them going around to summer students and kind of checking, but you know that if I'm not, but if I was going to contaminate, I'd make sure there was other stuff on top. Do we actually tip it a bit? How do you check that?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, the students have a little shovel or trowel.
Oh.
So when they go through, they can move the grass that's often being used to hide things, and they can see what's underneath.
So they have good success rate with that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
So I asked this question of you before. So compost bags, kitchen catchers that you buy, like we buy ours at Costco, I think, and they're supposedly biodegradable. How long does it take plastic bags of that type? What are they made of, and how long does it take them to actually break down? Because I know they're plastic of some sort.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, from what I remember, some of those bags are often made out of potato, and it really on the rate of decomposition. It really depends on how hot the pile gets. So every facility manages differently and will reach different temperatures.
Yeah, so we send our compost, I guess, with our contractor to Rose Ridge, which is, you said, out near Morinville. Had we ever looked at the waste and recycling facility down at whatever it's called, Riley, I think it is. Did we ever look at that? Has that been, or is it just where our contractor takes it?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, we have gotten a tour at Riley. At the time when we did, it was still being constructed, the compost section. Our contractor prefers to bring it to Rose Ridge simply because it's a lot closer and we have really good relations with Rose Ridge.
Okay, good. Well, I fully support education because people are generally lazy and they will take the path of least resistance if you allow it. So I think education definitely is the better alternative. So thanks for bringing this forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. Other than doing an audit like this, how do you, on an ongoing basis, catch people that are abusing the green bin?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, on an ongoing basis is very difficult. As you can imagine, this process is very resource intensive. We have seen in the past and in communicating with other communities that it is the most effective approach. And as we can see, there is a kind of a dwindling effect over the years. So we don't anticipate, after 2025, folks are going to remember in 5 years' time to still separate. So we may have to revisit this strategy. But in our experience and in other communities' experiences, these audits do assist with proper separation for years afterwards.
How many households, or let me rephrase this, how many individual contaminated green bins would we need to collect in the city out of our total 10,000, I'm guessing, before the stream becomes contaminated such as we have right now? So how many individual bins would that take? Any idea?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, there's no set number. It really just depends on a threshold. So if a house has many garbage bags, then that increases the likelihood that organic load is going to be determined contaminated. So typically contractors use a visual assessment of about 30% to determine if that entire load is considered contaminated or not.
So a load would take, I don't know, I'm trying to understand this a bit better. A load would be 100 bins, of which 30 would need to be contaminated before it was rejected. Is that what you just told me?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, more or less, yes, about 30%.
That surprises me. Obviously, our problem is much deeper than 2 or 3 households. The audit is absolutely necessary, but it would seem to me that things like automobile struts are so obvious that they should never be in a green bin. So I'm not convinced that the education is at the end of the day the answer, but I wish you good luck, and we'll see what happens a year from now. Maybe what we need is an ongoing monitoring system so that we can identify the households that are careless and be proactive rather than reactive. But that's for a different day. Thanks again.
Okay, Councillor Abatoye, questions?
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Miller and Ms. Ango. My first question is just touching, but following up on Councillor Blazard's question earlier about the 3 properties that you took the bin, brought it back, and you've been touching base with them. So are they now compliant, or are you having to take stricter measures?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, We have not done a recent check, but we do notify the contractor to just pay extra attention.
But the times you did though, were they compliant?
Through your worship, yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. My second question is, so the 50,000, is that for students? Because I heard you mention students. Is that for students? And then why are we not using the Canada Summer Jobs grant program for this?
Through your worship to Councillor Abitoye, we're seeking some advice from consultant, and the consultant is going to be helping us to implement this at a rapid pace in May.
Okay, so the 50,000 is not for the students, because I'm sure that we apply for Canada Summer Jobs, and that will take care of their income. And since I'm the last person, this is a little out of scope, but it's still on waste. Blue bags. Is there a maximum amount of blue bags that the person has to have on the curb for it not to be picked up by the truck?
Through your worship to Councillor Abitoye, there's no limit for blue bags.
Okay, because I got a complaint by a resident that all of their bags, there were lots though. So, but they said not everything was picked up. So just wondering about that. And you don't have to respond, just an FYI.
Okay, thank you. I'm next. Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So you're asking for $50,000 to have 2 students go around the city. Are they going to hit the entire city how many times? Or are they just doing random ones? Can you explain what the program would look like? Like, I want to know, are you going to come by my house, 6 times during the summer?
To your worship, our data showed in 2018 the 2 students were able to hit 25,000 houses, and that includes repeated houses. So if they see that you are a repeat offender, they will keep checking up on you.
So then I guess the other question that I have is, it's costing us through our utilities $50,000 for people who are offenders. So why wouldn't we issue fines then? Why should it fall onto us through our taxes to have to pay for, or not through our taxes, through our utilities to have to pay for this? It seems unfair to us who don't contaminate.
To your worship, this is step 1 of issuing fines. We will partner with municipal enforcement for those repeat offenders. This is how we get that data to support that action.
But to that question, we know there's offenders. You've identified some, but I understand, because people, if they don't think they're going to get caught and there's no consequences, they don't care. They're just going to keep doing whatever they want to do. So unless you have somebody going out on a weekly basis for as long as those compost bins are out, and there's no fines being issued and there's no consequences, then all of us who are doing the right thing get stuck with the bill. So I guess the question that I have is, if we approve this today, is there some confidence that you would say, okay, if we have them going out and doing this, rather than just giving them a nice little warning, we're going to give you a fine? That's my question. Like, how are you going to?
To your worship, that is the intent, especially for those carts that are excessively contaminated. Not only would they get refused at the curb, but they would be briefed on our waste bylaw and the consequences of that contamination.
Okay, I'll wait for the motion to make my comments. So, okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, on that note, why don't we, or are you going to be giving a warning then that the fine will be occurring immediately? Is that what you're saying, Sadie, if I understand it right? So that, I guess that documentation will accompany whatever stickers with illicit goods in the green bin?
Your worship, Sophie and I did not hear what Councillor Nguyen said.
Can you try and...
It's okay. I'm just agreeing with the mayor here, but I just had a further question on what type of stickers that you're going to be putting on the bins. Is my voice clear here now?
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll put the picture back on the screen.
That's something there.
Through your worship to Councillor Noyen, what's on the screen now is what was used in 2018 and 2019. We will likely rebrand for further clarity this year now that the program's been in place for as long as it has.
Yeah, with the words "a fine will exist if this occurs." That's the intent?
Through your worship, yes.
Okay, thanks. And final question is, it wasn't mentioned in the report, but so what happens when, city cost-wise, when our compost is denied because of too much contamination? Like, have we incurred extra fees in the last year due to this?
Through your worship to Councillor Noyen, we have not to date incurred any contamination fees. We did make a commitment to our processor and our collection contractor to address the contamination to prevent those fees from being applied. The facilities do have surcharge rates for excess contamination for organics to accommodate that pre-processing required. Several of our truckloads have actually just gone directly to landfill. So we've avoided that contamination fee, but we've also avoided the benefit that that organic material would have had should it have been composted.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I had Councillor Kelly's hand up.
No, thank you. I don't believe it's up. I haven't.
It had.
No, it's not. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it had been up. I'd seen a little hand there. Okay. Okay. What is the wish of council? Councillor Blizzard.
If no one is, I'll make the motion that council approve a one-time allocation of $50,000 to conduct a curbside waste education program in 2025 to be funded by the Utility Operating Projects Reserve.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to that?
Sure. Just a couple of, this is good. People need the education. And I also want to comment that if there's any doubt, anyone that doesn't have it yet, this room isn't full, but maybe some people get the message somewhere. Get the app. My husband refers to it all the time. He's our a garbage police, and he checks regularly, and he has fun by putting in little comments of, whatever, McDonald's, Burger King, styrofoam box, and he lets me know where they all go. So it'll tell you whether it's garbage, whether it's recycle, whether it goes in the green bin. And having said that, you can check off our house. You don't need to check. It's never contaminated unless someone came by and did it on purpose in our bin, which is outside. So anyway, in speaking to this, I think we do need to re-educate people. People forget. I mean, tires aside, that's an obvious somebody doing it on purpose. But I think, people just sometimes forget that maybe this plastic bag that says on it, recyclable isn't compostable. So anyway, that's it.
Okay, thank you. The motion is open for discussion and debate, and I did say I was going to make a couple comments on this one. I don't think people forget. I think people get angry, or they've got too much garbage and their black bin is full, and they say blankety blanket and they throw it in their green bin. I don't really believe this is an education thing. I personally believe if we're going to spend this kind of money on this, then there should be fines attached to it at the same time. To give somebody a sticker, I'll tell you, it's like giving somebody a warning on their car when they're illegally parking out here. They just take it and throw it on the street, So I don't really support it being based on an education one. I think it needs to be based on the fact that fines are going to be implemented with this. Because if we're sending 2 students out to do this and stick a little sticker on there, and unless they're doing that continuously through the entire summer, it's not going to make a difference. That's my feeling. So I'll support it if the rest of council does, but I really feel it needs to be education and fine implementation. That's where I think it needs to be, because for those who are doing it, it's like speeding. If I don't get a ticket, it's okay, I haven't got caught. So I'm just saying, people, you know, unless there's consequences, this will do nothing. My personal feelings. Councillor Kelly?
Mayor Katcher, I agree with you. The level of contamination is beyond anything that I think is an education problem. I think it's an I don't care problem. I would suggest that we could have an education campaign through the media and social media in the next couple of months leading up to the summer and advising our citizens that we'll be auditing and issuing fines. So the education can happen earlier, and I think the program should be to issue tickets. That's really what I think. And the level of contamination is in my mind, beyond all belief. It is a green bin. It's pretty darned obvious. It's not even, I find the blue bag stuff a bit difficult to understand. The green bin, pretty darn straightforward. I don't think it's an education problem at all. I'd like to hear what council says. I'd be prepared to make an amending motion if I sense that council might support it.
Okay. Yep. Councillor Blissard?
I fully agree what was said with the mayor and Councillor Kelly. Can I add to the motion to add in that we do this and also educate and implement fines?
It's your motion, so you can change it.
I'll do that.
Would that be a friendly amendment? I'm gonna put this on the screen and you just let me know if that works for you.
Sure.
It will just give her a second.
Yep. Yeah, if I can see it from there. Followed by enforcement. Sure, that works. Do we need more on it, or?
Mr. Fleming,
with the way it is.
What's going to make it clear?
Through your worship, I mean, we can wordsmith it if you want, but I think we've, assuming there's no objection on council, I think we've gotten the message. If council's supportive of an enforcement based approach, we can accommodate that. And because ultimately it may end up being council that bears the brunt of any feedback that we get anyway. But if council's prepared to do that, and it sounds like you are, then we're prepared to to sort of draw a harder line. So I think the motion works. I think we get the intent.
So, and I guess when they go around and put on a sticker, they keep track of where they put a sticker. So when they come around doing again, by doing 25,000 households or green bins, you're getting around, I'm guessing, close to 3 times, because some of our 12,000 residents are in apartments that wouldn't have it. So by the second time even, they should be looking at fines. Maybe enforcement, could spend a day in going with some of the ones. And if it's not everyone, you can tell the difference between a small contamination that was an oops and a tire put in the bin. So I think this is a good idea.
I think you had it on there and then you lost it.
Yeah, she went back.
Okay. Well, they're working on that. I'll go to Councillor Macon on discussion and debate.
Thank you. I'll just make the comment that I'm not opposed to that approach. This is not a new program, right? And although education is a great way to do a lot of things, I would say we're past that. And these are all people who are completely capable of understanding what goes in that bin, and if not, looking it up. So I'm not actually opposed to the enforcement at all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're back to Councillor Kelly.
My concerns were addressed. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you. We're just waiting for a motion to come up. Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else on discussion and debate? If not, I'll go to you for close.
Nothing on close.
Okay, the motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. All right, thank you. Moving on to the next one, condominium bylaw report motion following notice of notice. Councillor Kelly, I'll have you read it in.
Yes, you bet. Thank you. I move the council direct administration to prepare a report which outlines the potential financial impacts, implementation considerations, and any recommendations regarding either A, the creation of a bylaw which establishes condominiums as a separate subclass within the residential tax classification in accordance with section 297(2) of the Municipal Government Act, and B, assuming responsibility for the operation, maintenance, and capital replacement of on-site condominium infrastructure and report back to council with options, financial implications, and financial implications. I think we got a typo there. So I'll just read it, with options and financial implications. And that the report be brought back to council no later than July 8, 2025.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion. You can speak to it.
Yeah, certainly. I'm pleased to. First and foremost, this is a request for information. I'm confident and comfortable believing that the entire council wants to treat our citizens fairly or equitably. That doesn't mean equally. It means fairly or equitably. We do have the ability within the Municipal Government Act under residential properties, as appropriately pointed out by one of the speakers, the ability to adjust mill rates to reflect, I assume, less services consumed and potentially more services consumed. And there's no reason why we shouldn't consider that in a public setting. Our community right now, and has for my entire term on council, allocated somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million per year for neighborhood revitalization. That replaces the underground structures and the street in neighborhoods, right down, including the sidewalk, to the property line of the house, the driveway of the house. That budget, by the way, trusting my recollection, is scheduled to increase gradually up to $11 or $12 million per annum. And in fact, the replacement, that whole program will run a deficit for a number of years as these increases catch up to the actual spend. Point I'm making here is it is a significant expense for every property owner in Fort Saskatchewan. I at least have the comfort in my community within Fort Saskatchewan of knowing that when 70 years passes, the city is going to come down the street and replace the infrastructure that goes right past my house down the street. Some of the condo owners don't have that comfort. They pay that on their property tax bill annually, and yet they are responsible for replacing the pipelines underneath the street that comes to their house. And I know there's a property line debate that we need to have. I firmly believe it's function over form. And we can have that debate when we look at the options and what in fact this might mean to the city. The point of this motion is to get some information in front of council so that the condominium owners in question can look at it, council can look at it, administration can comment, and we can have a sound public discussion over the consequences and what in fact might happen or not happen based on the report and the information available. I think it's reasonable. I think it's a minor request, and I would certainly hope that council would support me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion is open for discussion and debate. Councillor Harris?
I will not be supporting this motion. I believe that there is not an inequitable treatment of condominium association people in the city. If anybody bought a condominium and didn't realize that they would have ongoing responsibilities for the maintenance and responsibility for the infrastructure that was within the condominium plan, of which they became owners when they bought a condominium, or that they don't have an asset management plan that is funded through the collection of annual contributions or levies that the condo association levies, then I think that they need to be better informed in terms of their responsibilities as property owners. I don't believe that they're being treated unfairly. They are paying taxes that are assessed on their units in accordance with the assessment regulations and requirements in the province of Alberta. And they're being assessed for common property of which they are also responsible for and of which they should be levying owners of every condominium association in an appropriate manner. So I think this would be a waste of administration's time. I don't think we need to do that. It's inequitable. And to consider that we would be taking over the operation, maintenance, and capital replacement of condominium structures, I just cannot even imagine that. I, in a previous career, had responsibility for municipal taxation in a major municipality. And I'm fully cognizant of what the Municipal Government Act was and what it is now relative to condominium assessment and taxation. And I do not believe the arguments that some of the property owners are trying to make hold water. They don't. They are not being overtaxed. They're being taxed in relation to the asset value of which they own, as is I am. That would be like saying that I would like the city to come and cut my grass, and I would like the city to come and replace my driveway. And that's the city responsibility. I'm paying taxes for that. I'm not. I'm paying my taxes for the provision of services to my property line. And my responsibility within my property line is my responsibility, as I would suggest would be for every other property owner, condominium or otherwise, in the city of Fort Saskatchewan. So while I appreciate their concerns, I think they need to be better informed in relation to what their responsibilities are in terms of what they pay taxes for and ultimately the benefit that they do receive. I think we provide a very high level of service to all residents of the city of Fort Saskatchewan for the property taxes they pay. And Councillor Kelly made reference to the infrastructure replacement program that we have for neighborhoods, and I think that in itself is just a way to ensure that our infrastructure is maintained appropriately. If we left it to a local improvement bylaw or to a bylaw on that context, nothing would ever get fixed. So this is a responsible way for the city to ensure that the amenities in our community on public property are appropriately maintained, and we all draw benefit from that. So on that basis, I appreciate what Councillor Kelly may have been trying to do, but I think it's a waste of time for our administration to do this, and I think that we need to be able to sit down with the property owners that came in here and better explain the process of the value that they get from the payment of taxes, of which we as a council do a pretty darn good job of managing and administering a budget to be able to provide those services. So I can't support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion. I do have a lot of similar comments as Councillor Harris. Property taxes are based on assessment, not on the services that those individual properties use. Any difference in assessment, because it's a condo corporation, has already been applied to this property. I wanted to address the inequality that was suggested earlier. I do not believe there is merit that condo properties are treated differently. I am responsible for the infrastructure below my property. For me and my family, that's one home. In the case of a condo, it's simply 100 property owners being responsible for that infrastructure. Yes, that infrastructure is larger, but that's why it's split between all properties who share that liability. Your roads, the roads on these properties are no different than the driveway in my home. They're just different driveways, parking spots. It's relative to the type of property that you have, me being one and a condo association, say, being 100. It's important to note that a change in subclass does not reduce the city's tax requirement, meaning that all other rate payers would see an increase to subsidize condo corporations. To the comments that were made by Councillor Kelly about the underground infrastructure, those projects replace city-owned underground infrastructure. They aren't running new infrastructure from the city lines to the houses themselves. And so those properties have the same access to the city lines as we do. Those neighborhood projects that they pay for the same lines as any other property owner when they come around to their area. And to that point, I would also point out that where I live in Clover Park, almost the whole subdivision doesn't have water, some do. None of us have sewer, and our taxes are no different, and we pay into the neighborhood rehab program, and we will never see that. Only a small portion of them will, and I still don't believe that we should have a subclass to pay less. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I actually see this differently, and I see it differently because our residents came forward before council to ask for a subclass, right? And I'm actually curious to know if there are other municipalities that have implemented this and what they have in place and how they are managing that. Until I know the information, like know what the argument is for or against this request, I'm not really able to say yes, this is the way it should be, or that's not the way it should, because there's just been different arguments on the side of this this request. And so I support the motion to bring forward the reports to see if this is something that we can move forward as a city, especially because our residents have come forward to make this request. I think our duty as council is to see how we can, make life better or easier for our citizens. And so for that reason, I'll support the motion.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking for other people. So for myself, I actually won't be supporting the motion. I agree. I think it's more work than we realize, because when you think about it, it's actually having to get into all of the services that are being provided by the city. And it's not just about the snow removal, it's we all pay our fair share for fiscal services, corporate services, culture, recreation, using the harbor pool, whether we use it or we don't, all our recreation, our protective services, fleet, facilities and engineering. There are so many different components, planning, economic development, family and community support services. So we all, through our taxes, pay that portion of that. I know when we had some sewer line repairs, when they went out, they actually charged people $200 to go out and camera their line to see whose fault it was, if it was because of the routes that were out on the street, or if it was because it was the routes that were on our property. So I'm kind of the opinion we pay for our parcel of property that we sit on, and I absolutely agree with you on that. That condominiums, when they're being built under greenfield development, they know what they're getting into. If they don't have their policies or their written statements done properly, I would encourage them to do that. I would also encourage them that if they aren't getting their hydrants flushed properly, maybe that's something they could request or pay the city to come out and actually do a flushing on that. Maybe not. I don't know. But to me, that's a whole other conversation, because if I'm in a condo, I want to make sure my hydrants are working that are attached to my building. You know, when we had the condo that had the major issue a few years ago, it was our protective services, our emergency services that were activated, you know, and we didn't go back and charge them anymore for that. This is all part of part and parcel of what we pay for through our taxes. And I think we're all responsible equally. So I don't know how anybody's streets are being built. They're Greenfield probably aren't built to the same standards as our residential streets. I understand the hydrants and the underground have to be through engineering, but you know, I have real concern with this request, because I believe we all need to pay equally for the services that are being provided by the city. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I believe there's a significant risk at even a preliminary step that condo associations could take to undergo this process, even if this motion passes and administration comes back with a report. I believe a correct or the report, a comprehensive report that could be needed to present to the city for this type of proposal is going to cost in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. If by chance reserve funds from condo associations are used to pay for this elaborate report listing all the assets and looking at the condition of those assets, and these reports show that there is substandard infrastructure, then that's a complete sunk cost and will not move forward through another council. I am concerned about obviously the trickle down effects of passing this cost on to current residents. I also think there's a huge net benefit in living in Fort Saskatchewan, net benefit regarding the cost of living. And if you look at comparable municipalities, McShord Park, St. Albert, they've enacted a subclass tax. The cost of their real estate in comparison to Fort Saskatchewan and similar developments is significantly higher, with a significantly higher property tax rate. So I'd be fine having administration bring a report back, but there's really no way I currently am encouraging of this idea, and I'm not sure if it would even be of the benefit that they're seeking with an outcome that I visualized from it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there's no other discussion and debate. I'll go to Councillor Kelly so you can finish with your comments and close.
You bet, thank you. There's nothing in this request that would suggest that any citizen, Councillor Harris included, would ask the city to cut the grass or shovel their driveway. It's a request for information. I'm a bit surprised actually by the comments I've got back. There's two options here, and two options exist because they were brought forward by the concerned citizens. One is for a separate mill rate, the other is for separate ownership. Nobody, and myself in particular, are not suggesting that the city would undertake ownership of any asset, straight and simple. But let's get the report back from administration. This particular report, by the way, is simply the pros and cons in the opinion of administration. It's not going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Far from it. I'm surprised with that comment as well. I think what we're asking for here is for administration's comments to be laid out on the table so that everybody can see them and we can have a discussion. That simple. If in fact some councillor made a motion that the city undertake ownership of a particular condominium's assets, I can well believe that study would require hundreds of thousands of dollars. But we are at least 2 steps removed from that remote possibility by simply asking for this report. The assessment process assesses market value. Yes, it does. Theoretically, I suppose it builds in a reduced assessment because the city isn't responsible for replacing the water lines that go down the street between the houses, just like any other street in Fort Saskatchewan. I'm not convinced that the assessment process is that well finely tuned, nor am I convinced that the market, in terms of sale price, is that finely tuned, because I'm not at all convinced that potential buyers and or even sellers, but more importantly buyers, actually have access to the information and the complete package of information they need to have to make this informed decision. I repeat, it is simply a request for information, no decision whatsoever. It allows for an open forum on the matter that concerns several hundred residents within Fort Saskatchewan. I think that's a significant enough sampling that behooves the city to at least have an open and frank discussion. The last comment I would make about the assessment process is that we had homeowners in years gone by buy properties where there was no storm sewer on the street, which meant that all of the runoff from their eaves had to run down the curb. We know how that turned out. Had we left it to the assessment practice, it would have solved itself as well. The assessed value of those properties would have gradually deteriorated along with the street in front of the house. The city undertook to correct the problem for the benefit of those citizens. They knew, or ought to have known, that there was no stormwater management gutter on their street. Therefore, they should have known and shouldn't have a complaint with the city. We undertook to fix it because we want to treat our citizens fairly and preserve as best we can the value of the residents that they live in. And again, that's all I'm asking for here. Not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that the city is going to buy or take ownership of anything. It is a simple report that will cost a few $1,000s at most, because an administration person is going to do it on the desktop. Not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it is a discussion that I think we should have. And I think we should have it because condominiums themselves, I think, are a great vehicle to help drive down the cost of housing. Condominiums have many, many benefits over attached row housing that are not part of a condominium program. Several councillors referenced the fact that condominiums have to have replacement funds. Well, they do. But they have to have them because those are set and regulated by law. Typical row housing, whether it be 2, 3, or 4 units combined, the owners of those individual units don't have that protection. And I honestly think we're doing our condominium group a disservice, and I think we're also potentially discouraging that type of development within the city that I think is very attractive long run for many, many people. And I do think that it's a superior form of shared ownership. So I'll leave it at that. Let's call a vote, Mayor Catcher, see how it falls out.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is defeated, 3-4. Okay, so we will go on to the next one. Rescind resolution R045-25, motion following notice. Councillor Nguyen, you can read it in.
Yeah, so I'll move that capital project 25008 water tower refurbishment as set out in the 2025 capital budget be referred to administration to produce new designs that align with the city's visual identity, and that the report be brought back to council no later than the end of April 2025.
Pardon? I'm not sure, you're breaking up. If we can put the motion on. just put the motion on.
If somebody else would like to read in the motion, if there's a spotty connection, then I'm fine with that.
Okay, it says that council rescind the motion made at March 11th, 2025 regular council meeting R045-25, which stated the capital project 25008 water tower refurbishment as set out in the 2025 capital budget be referred to administration to produce new designs that aligns with the city's visual identity, and the report be brought back to council no later than the end of April 2025. So that's your rescinding motion, so you can speak to it.
Yes. Okay. Am I clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for reading that in. Don't have much to say on this. Solely my intent on that motion was to streamline the process of the water tower rehabilitation work. The City of Fort Saskatchewan logo would have been an homage to the past, which was the original design, like we saw on the picture when the water tower was built. However, I'm not extremely passionate about having that on there. I think the current design is beautiful the way it is, and reflects it reflects a lot of history and community and industry in Fort Saskatchewan. So I think that we should safeguard its current identity and the mural on it, and carry on with the capital project. And subsequent to that, I have a motion prepared to do so.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back to you. Councillor Harris on discussion and debate.
Yeah, I'll support Councillor Nguyen in this, because I think that ultimately we've heard loud and clear from a good cross-section of our community that the tack that we took with the water tower was obviously not acceptable to many of our residents. I think this is kind of an interesting way to do community consultation. It was actually quite an efficient way to do community consultation. Did we hear from everybody? Probably not, but I think we heard from a good cross-section of our community that they want to see the little people stay up there. But they also need to know as well that we have a responsibility to do asset management. And so having to sandblast that water tower is something that we have to do. And unfortunately, the little people are going to have to go away. But bringing them back might be the context of Councillor Nguyen's next motion. I won't speculate on that. But notwithstanding, I'll support it, and I think it will move in the right direction, and hopefully will restore the faith in the people that were not happy with what we did, hopefully to be cost effective at that point in time. But I stand corrected.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else on discussion and debate. Councillor Nguyen, do you wish to close?
I have nothing further on close.
Okay, so on the rescinding motion, please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously, and you have a new motion that is germane to this one, so you can go ahead.
That's correct. So I'll move that capital project 25008 water tower refurbishment as set out in the 2025 capital budget be referred back to administration to safeguard the current existing design of the tank mural and proceed with water tower refurbishment. Well, I guess I don't know if that needs to be referred back to administration.
I don't think it doesn't have to be referred back. It just has to be that use the existing design is what you're saying.
So if Councillor Nguyen is okay with that, I'm sorry, if Councillor Nguyen is okay with that, we have drafted something similar to or almost identical to what you have in mind. We can put it on the screen and you can just let us know if that's okay, if that's what you want to see. Just one second here. Just wait a second.
That works, thank you.
We guessed at a few possibilities, and I think you were really close to one of them.
Okay. So. Okay, we'll just wait for the motion. I would say that's it. Councillor Nguyen, you read it?
I'm just not seeing it quite yet. I'm not seeing
it
the
says
motion
that
on my
administration
screen yet.
proceed.
Oh, it's just, okay, yeah.
It says that administration.
You can read it in, yeah.
Okay, that administration proceed with capital project 25008 water tower refurbishment as set out in the 2025 capital budget, and the current mural design be maintained and included as part of the requirement, remedial, and restorative work for the water tower. That's your motion?
Excellent. Yeah.
Okay. Did you wish to speak to it, or you're good?
Yeah, in speaking to that, if you can hear me, yeah, I'm speaking to it. I think, like Councillor Harris mentioned, that the community has spoken and loves the design, and let's go ahead with it.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for discussion and debate. It's the only comment that I'll make is after hearing this, people don't like change in Fort Saskatchewan, so I'm fine with that. We did hear loud and clear, so I'm good with this motion to leave it exactly the way it is. Not seeing anything further. On close, Councillor Nguyen?
Nothing further
Okay.
on close, thanks.
The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Excellent. Okay, are there any new notice of motions? Not hearing any. Are there any points of interest? I think so. Any councillor inquiries of administration? Then I will take a motion to go in camera for the items as presented. Councillor Macon.
I'll make the motion that we go in camera for the items as presented.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. Okay, and that is carried unanimously. We'll now move into in camera.
You gotta go home. You gotta make more time for this.
Oh.